Good morning. Good morning. Is that good? How are we now? Yay? A quiet place stream? Okay, good. Excellent. Woo, sorry about that. Morning everybody. Welcome to the Stage of Reason stream. Wow. I think after what is it? 6 years, 7 years, I may need to be getting a new mic. So I think that might be because I think the cable or something is starting to go out on it. I'm getting kind of like a pop every once in a while from the USB, and the system will tell me it's disconnected. So I think I may soon be in the market for a new Yeti. I mean, this Yeti has served me well, for almost I think almost 7 years. This bad boy's been working, but it may be time to get a new mic. So I love this mic though. This has been a good mic, but technology, it's not meant to last forever. How is everybody doing out there? Sorry, I've completely lost my momentum because of that start. It's good to see everybody. Glad everybody is here. I know it's early. It's early on a Sunday morning. Early like Sunday morning, and um, welcome to the Stage of Reason. Yes, Stage of Reason stream where I will be going on Discord and I run my monthly stage where we talk to believers about what they believe and why. I do have a special guest this month, and that if you didn't see it already, I don't have it in the description. So yes, but Planet Peterson will be joining me this month, and I'll put his name in the I'll tag him in the description as soon as I get a chance. But I hope you all are doing well. That'll be going. We'll be kicking it off at 10 o'clock. This is kind of like the half hour before like the pre-show to kind of get me warmed up. As you see, I need it badly, and I hope all of you are doing well. I got my wake up juice. I hope you do as well. So, let's see who we have in the chat this morning. I see High Inquisitors here. Good to see you. Charlie Owen as well. Good to see you. Shaken Fist says, hello, world. Seeing what the stream is like. Appreciate you being here, Shaken Fist. Sorry for the technical, snafu at the very beginning. It's not normally like that. Like I said, I might be in the market for a new microphone, possibly. So it looks like that may be the case. But thank you for being here, Shaken Fist. Reverb Twang, good to see you. Rasheen as well. Al Trucker, good to see you. Thank you so much for being here. I Killed Earl, Killer of Earls. Good to see you. Thanks so much for hanging out. I Am Jedi is here as well. Good to see you. I Am Jedi. Peter Noddle. Good to see you. And let's see, who else do we have? Pragmatic Crystals hanging out. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Pragmatic Crystal. Hope you are well. Clive Wells is here. Oh, and thank you. Oh, Clive Wells is here. Thank you so much for being here, Clive. Appreciate you hanging out. I always do. Let me see. Yep, I was muted for a minute. Who else do we have? Make sure I didn't miss anybody. Reverb Twang said, just spit on it. Charlie Owen, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Thank you, Pragmatic Crystal, for the obligatory ghost. I appreciate all that alternative energy. You rock. Jailhouse Philosopher is here. Says, good to see you, Jailhouse Philosopher. Appreciate you hanging out. Maya Atkinson as well. Good to see you. Thanks so much for being here this morning. I know it's early. Try a different USB first. I think I might be using them. I might be using all of them at some point, but I may switch it and see what's going on with it. So I'll give it a look. Ida Pimp Beautiful is here. Good to see you, Ida. Hope you're doing well. Azo64 as well. Good to see you. It is amazing people I see who are willing to get up this early for this stream. Well, it's 9:41. It's 9:41 in the morning here. So Shaky Fist says it's 3:40 there. So obviously, I think that you're obviously in Europe. So or are you ahead of me, going west or east? 3:40 p.m. a.m. So not sure because what was it, 9, 1, 2, 3? Yes, that would be like Ireland, Scotland, England, somewhere in England, somewhere in the UK time. Yes, it was a good mic. It was. Dora's here. Good to see you, Dora. Says greetings. Early is relative. Almost time for dinner. See, there you go. It is relative, depending upon your place on the globe. Let's see, Virillion is here. Good to see you, Virillion. Thanks so much for being here this morning. Make sure I didn't miss anybody while I was trying to riff humorously. Azo64 has been a member of the Godless Army for 23 months. Thank you so much, Azo. You rock. Appreciate that. Shaky Fist is in the UK. Awesome. 341 in the UK. All right. And 342 in Ireland. Yep. And Thomas Bodish is here. Good to see you, Thomas. Says it's 1640. Were they that? So that would be 440. So you're an hour ahead of them. Awesome. All right. Bunch of amazing people here. Bunch of people. Of course you rock, Azo. You've always rocked. You always do. All right. See what trouble I see what trouble I can get into. Yep. Just say yep. Absolutely. All right. So for those who may be new here, hey, Dan Shire, good to see you, Dan. What the stage is I used to do this like at the top of every month with another group, and then I felt that stage was getting a little too big, getting a little too rowdy, didn't give our guests that really an opportunity to talk. So I wanted to create a new stage where I engaged with like one other guest, where we engage with believers about what they believe and why. We cover a variety of topics like religion and science, as I say, theology, philosophy, science, a number of other things, and keep it pretty, nice and compact, just two guests, and bring people up on stage and have these interesting conversations and kind of like walk through what people believe and why they believe it, and kind of suss these things out. Good to see you, Shovelhead. Appreciate you all the way from Massachusetts. Good to see you, bud. I want to visit. I really want to visit Salem one day. I do. I need to get up to Salem. I've been further north than Salem. You think I would have stopped at Salem, but I would like to go to Salem one day and check that out, especially during Halloween. And that's right. That's another big thing. It is spooky season because this is the first major stream. This like the stream of October. It is spooky season, soon to be the greatest holiday of all the other holidays. Every day, as you can see in my office, every day is Halloween. So, but greatest, the greatest holiday that ever was, and the spooky season is the greatest season of all the other seasons. There should only be one season; it should always be spooky season. So, but yeah. Love it, love it, love it. And I hope you all have an amazing and safe celebration wherever you might be, whatever kind of celebration you happen to be doing, whether you just be trick-or-treating with the kids or if you got something a little bit more fun planned. I hope that you have a blast on those and be safe. Jailhouse Philosopher's New Orleans here all my life. See, New Orleans, Nolans, excellent for Halloween. Excellent for Halloween. There's some cities that are just great for Halloween, let me see. Who else we got here? Pinworm is here. Good to see you, Pinworm. Thanks so much for hanging out. Appreciate you being here. Clydewell says, spooky season. Is Jail going to give us a lecture on ghosts? Okay, so I do plan on doing another live stream. My usual annual spooky stream where I have video queued up where we go through and we debunk ghost videos and stuff like that, where we look at like purported ghost sightings and we debunk them and break them down and talk about all kinds of stuff, fun stuff like that. So I do have that planned as well. So we'll be doing the spooky stream, and I'm looking for something spicy because usually it's a kind of a spicy and spooky stream where I'll eat something spicy on there. I'll look for something new every year, but the annual spooky stream will be coming up soon. Merlin, thank you so much for joining the Godless Army. Appreciate that, and enjoy all the custom emojis I've made for you. I think you'll enjoy some of them. Some of them I'm quite proud of. So I hope you like them. Shaky Fist says Maine was the best for Halloween. Spooky forest everywhere, and Mainers are pretty mental to begin with. Nice. Good. Yeah, Maine would be cool as hell. Like Bangor. Yeah, go up to Bangor, Maine, and up near the north. I think up near the coast would be kind of cool. So I do. Oh, Peanuts, I do enjoy ghost busting. The Shaky Fist is Freak Out 2003. Nice. Dan Shire says, what is the must-see movie for Halloween? So, as it stands right now for 2024, of all the I recently just the other day, just yesterday, I came back, I saw Smile 2. And Smile 2 is not bad. If you actually could watch it, and if you hadn't seen the first one, it might there might you could watch it independently. You don't necessarily need to watch the first one. Watching the first one helps. But they pretty much, like, this one was not really Smile 2, is more of a Smile 1.5, and they do some interesting visual stuff. There's some like some crazy wildness in there, and but in the end, it wasn't bad. It wasn't a bad film, especially if you've seen the first film. It picks up immediately after the last film left off. Kyle Gallner returns for to close up that loop, and then it continues on with the new character. So in that, I wouldn't recommend that. I would say um gets dominated by future nightmares is whatever this guy says is wrong, gets dominated by my arguments all the time. Please, I've seen you dominate others with your arguments. Future nightmares, we're good to see you, bud. Hope you're doing well. You see, I want to say there's a movie called Cuckoo, which recently came out, which was really, really strong. That one, but it's more, that's more like a deep psychological horror. So I don't know if that one would really draw people out. Long Legs, in my opinion, was really good, but there were some people that didn't like it. That movie was pretty divisive. So Long Legs I thought was strong, and Cuckoo I thought was really, really good. But I'll give you this. If you're looking for the go-to, here's my recommendations. My two for this one. If you're looking for like the go-to 2024 horror film for Halloween, I would recommend Abigail. Abigail was incredible. That was an amazing movie. Well written, practical effects are outstanding, really just good across the board, and just a lot of fun. Rarely these days do you get a vampire film that is as much fun as this. It's been a long time since I've seen one, because they either have some sort of like message they're going with, or they're trying to, whatever. But yes, I have seen Caveat. I have seen Caveat. Creepy, creepy fucking movie. But I would recommend for 2024, if you're looking for a 2024 film for this Halloween, I would recommend Abigail. Now, my go-to for Halloween every year, and it's tradition in our house, is watching Trick or Treat, the anthology by Mike Daughtry. So that's like our tradition. We always watch it on Halloween night. So on the night of Halloween, so we throw on Trick or Treat and we watch that. It's one of the best Halloween anthologies there was. It's obviously thematic. So I would recommend that. So of two recommendations, I would say Trick or Treat is a fantastic anthology to go with. You can't go wrong. If you're looking for a 2024 film, one that came out this year, I would highly recommend Abigail, because that movie was a blast, an absolute blast. So I would dig that. So I hope that answers the question in a very, very long and convoluted way. All right. And I saw it. Yep. Clive Will says Halloween is not especially a big deal in the UK. We celebrate November 5th more when we commemorate a traitor getting his comeuppance. Maybe the US will join us this year. Possibly. Fingers crossed. Let's hope. Pinworm says, isn't Die Hard a Halloween movie? No, Die Hard is a Christmas film. And of course, Clive Will says, if you want to watch a real horror show, watch the Star Wars Holiday Special. Absolutely. That is terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. JLS Father says, I still can't believe I just found out Friday the 13th Part 7 was supposed to be Carrie versus Jason 944. There's a lot of details, or a lot of story that went into where they were going to go after Jason 6, because the conclusion of the conclusion of the Tommy saga put them in a real difficult era, because 6 came off so well, and CJ Graham did such a fantastic job, and it was just like the quintessential slasher. Like, it really captured it. It was just like so many elements you see from a lot of slasher films today pull from Friday the 13th Part 6. The whole, like, Jason going from the graveyard, like his walk from the graveyard back to Crystal Lake, and the carnage he wrecks across it. I mean, you think about it, all the things, all the different kills in there, the varieties in there. CJ Graham knocked it out of the fucking park. Kane Hodder is my favorite, and it left him in a bind as to where they were going to go. He's at the bottom of the lake. No one's going to go there. What the heck are they going to do? And so it wound up being this kind of like forced film, and instead of trying to go into like breaking down all the drama that went into trying to get Seven off the deal, and the fact that CJ Graham was replaced with Kane Hodder, which really upset him because he wanted to set the standard. He wanted to be like the go-to guy for this particular character, which is why he put so much into it. He was very good. But Kane had the stuntman experience. He was hardcore, and there you have it. And then he went on to do the next 4 films. So, but yeah, I'm a huge Friday the 13th fan. Seven had the opportunity to really bomb, but it came, and I attribute this to Kane. To him giving Jason his voice is the reason why Friday the 13th Part 7, The New Blood, why that actually ran, why it actually got legs, was because of Kane Hodder. If CJ had been cast in that, I don't think he would have brought the physicality and emotive. I don't think he would have brought the emotive quality at the time. Now, I don't know. This is years ago. Obviously, this is in the 80s. So I don't know if he would have brought the emotive quality to really sell that relationship, the relationship between him and Lara Park Lincoln's character, Tina. So I don't know, but yeah, absolutely love 7. 7 is my favorite, followed very quickly behind by 6, because 6 is the highest on-screen body count. 7 is just first Kane Hodder. He's fighting a psychic. It's some great freaking moments in it. And thank you, Shaking Fist is Jason is the best. Only slash movies I like. He's my man. Hanging out there underwater. Yeah, it's crap. Bonfire night is what Jeff's trying to put fireworks on cat. Oh, that's crazy. It's wildness. All right, and we got a little bit of time left before that, but yeah, that's my good recommendation. I think other things that you could possibly. There's a bunch of classics you could watch on Halloween. You've got, I mean, you can go with any of the classic slashers. Nightmare on Elm Street, obviously Friday the 13th. You can go with Scream. You can go Texas Chainsaw Massacre, depending upon what your flavor is. If you like the Saw films, plenty of those to choose from. You can go a little bit more obscure. You can go stuff like there's a whole barrel full of 80s slasher films. When Friday the 13th set the tone, and followed quickly by The Burning. If there's a whole smorgasbord. From April Fool's Day to Prom Night to Terror Train to Happy Birthday to Me to Bloody Birthday. There's all kinds. Dorm the Drip Blood. Slumber Party Massacre. There's so many. Just dive in, and there's some real stinkers, and there's some hidden gems in there. Some hidden gems. Bridge Clivewell says, "What is the best horror stream, and why do you insist it is Hellraiser Part 3?" Okay, here we are. Okay, with the Hellraiser 3 thing. Okay. So Clive, I have to be honest. It's been a minute since somebody has brought up Hellraiser 3 to me. I think that joke kind of fell aside. Like the ghost thing will never die. Like the ghost meme will never die, but Hellraiser 3 I still appreciate more than I think people give it credit, more than people give credit for. I love Terry Farrell. Terry Farrell was in that movie. She took it upon herself to go and do a straight up freaking horror film, which is rare for an actress, especially on the rise like that, to take that kind of a risk. I'm glad that she did it. I thought she was good in it, and plus, I'm a Jedzia Dex fan. So, what do you want from me? Plus, it was David Bradley. It was Bradley, man. Doug Bradley. It was Doug Bradley was in there. He was kicking ass. What do you want? David Bradley's the old guy from Game of Thrones. So, so Future Sniper says, "What are your thoughts on that Hellraiser reboot?" I fucking loved it. I thought Jamie Clayton knocked it out of the goddamn park. Cinematography was brilliant. Storytelling was on point. It was exactly what it needed to be. It was a closer adaptation. It was an adaptation that was more true to Clive Barker's story, the Hellbound Heart that appeared in his novella collection, his collection of novellas, the Books of Blood. I thought that it was more on point. I loved what Jamie Clayton brought to it, and I thought she nailed it because the concept of it is that the Pinhead character or the Hell Priest character is not supposed to be the overshadowing effect of the movie. The thing about Hellraiser is that Doug Bradley was so intense and so evocative as that character that it kind of began to overshadow the entire series. The point of the story is like what Clive Barker was intending. It's about identity. That's what the whole thing is about. The whole Hellraiser story, the Hellbound Heart, is about identity. It's about sacrificing oneself on the altar of expectation. or societal expectation, okay, taken to this extreme, okay, that was deeply inspired by his experiences as a young, in the closet gay man going to like British, parochial boys schools, and it was just, it was rough. He had a savage, pretty upbringing, which inspired a lot of his storytelling, and so I liked that the reboot was more centered on that. It was more centered on the primary character and her experience, and the Cenobites are literally supposed to be window dressing. Terrifying, leather bound, torturous, sadomasochistic window dressing. That's what they are, but that's what they're meant to be. The Cenobites are not agents in and of themselves. That was the whole aspect of it. They're not agents of the universe. They are functions of the universe. That's what they are, agents who became functions. So they literally are like the wind. They're just a force. And so they have a role that they play as a part of that function, and that's what they're supposed to do. And I loved that that the Cenobites were centered upon that and weren't like the, making decisions for themselves, doing what they want, agents that the original movies turned them into. So I just enjoyed it very, very much. I enjoyed it a lot. And I thought Jamie Clayton was just stellar, absolutely stellar in it. Aerith Kintal, good to see you. What do you want from me? That sweet Jason in the background. You can ship it tomorrow. Raffle joke side. Hellraiser was definitely a work of art for its time. Oh, it absolutely was. It absolutely was. Bradley and Ashley Lawrence fucking knocked it. Oh yeah, and Andrew Robinson. You cannot forget Andrew Robinson playing the dual roles there of the dad and the uncle wearing the dad's skin. You just can't beat that. You can't beat that at all. Like Andrew Robinson was amazing. Doug Bradley was amazing. All the Cenobites were fantastic. Chatter's always been my favorite because it's just creepy as shit. So, but yeah, they're personifications. They're just functions. They're functions. They're basically functional extensions of their dimension. They're literally functional extensions of Leviathan itself, is what they are, and so that's what they're meant to be. And so, like tendrils coming off of an old one, is essentially what they are. And so, I like that the reboot really went in that direction. All right, hopefully, Politics Discord will have this set up the way it's meant to be here quite shortly. I'm waiting for this here in a moment. Okay, let me go ahead and share this over because it is 9:59. We're going to get this thing started and share screen. Turn that on. Bam. System audio. There we go. All right. Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Excellent, excellent. All right, so we run into a little bit of an issue. The moderator who set this up has apparently not set up the stage notification button that we are starting the stage. I have contacted ModMail, and basically it sends out a server wide notification that the event is beginning. And I've contacted ModMail to figure that out. Right now, the mod that's in charge of the room that has that access is Taco. So hopefully, and I've messaged him as well. So hopefully, he will get in touch at. So I will message him directly and see what we can get. But I do see we have two people in the audience right now, Jacoby and Blue in the new UG. Yes. So yeah, I know this is getting off to a kind of a rocky start. I'm setting a bad example here. So how are you doing this morning, sir?
Well, I've been awake for about 10 minutes, so I can't complain yet.
I knew it was early. I knew it was going to be super early. So, and if you weren't going to be able to be here, I would not have blamed you at all because I know it's super early for me. Like I woke up and was just like, oh yeah, I gotta get going, gotta get started. So, but I
Yeah,
appreciate you being here big time. And a lot of people in my live chat are saying hi because I'm streaming this live over on my channel. So a lot of big ups from there. So I saw that you got a chance to be over on the atheist helpline at the top of the month.
I did.
I'm pretty sure I saw you over there, didn't I?
No.
With T Jump and
Oh, I yeah, that's no, that's in here. That's
yeah,
what do they
yeah.
call that?
Oh, the theist helpline.
Yeah, not the did you
Now,
say, I thought you said the atheist experience, and I was like, no,
oh
I
yeah, no, yeah.
emailed them, but they never emailed me back.
Right, yeah, yeah. It's the one that they do at the top of the month with Randolph Richardson, T Jump, and
Yeah.
yeah, I saw you get an opportunity to do that. This is kind of the same thing. I used to be on that stage with at the top of the months, and I thought it was getting a little crowded for my taste, a little too top heavy, and I wanted to do something a little bit more streamlined to bring people in, and usually have like one guest, maybe two at the most, but have one guest and keep it nice and simple. And allow our guests time to talk and conversations to be had. So I felt that was the absolute best way to do this. And so, welcome. Thank you so much for joining me for this one, the Stage of Reason.
Oh, you're very welcome.
Absolutely. I'll give you. I'm trying to buy time so you can so you can wake up and shake it off. I know we all need it.
Yeah.
Oh man, appear on camera too. There you go.
You can.
And the kitty. All right. Let's see what we got. Yeah, I know AA. I know AA batteries is in my chat. He says, "God damn it, Taco." Yeah, I get it. Because I'm not. Well, that's a discussion I can have with him later on because I know Taco quite well. All right, so
Yeah, he's usually on top of stuff.
everybody here in the audience, good to see you all. I see Jacoby, Blue, New UG, McDubbin, Future Nightmares, Reverse Camus. Good to see you. Welcome again to the Stage of Reason. During this deal, we talk to believers about what they believe and why. We'll have discussions regarding a variety of topics, science, theology, philosophy, whatever may come across. Hell, if you want to talk about conspiracies and weird stuff, and paranormal, let's do that too. Let's dive into all of it. It's a lot of fun. We'd like to prioritize individuals who have not been on the stage before. We also like to talk to people who are believers. So we like to prioritize those individuals, and so that we can, kind of like keep things fresh and keep things lively. So if you have something you'd like to talk about or have a question for us or would like to present, what it is you believe and why, if you believe in a particular God or a particular set of gods, or if you label the universe as God or whatever you do, we'd love to hear what you have to say. So throw your hand up and we will bring you up in the order that you come up in, and no rush. Until then, Planet Peterson and I will vamp to get it done.
100%.
Absolutely. So one thing, because we've only got to chill, we got to do that, and I want to thank you so much. And because I know, like I said before, it's always super risky when you're doing a collab with somebody new, and I appreciate you bringing me over to chat about that Jim Bob or the rim job video, and because
Yeah.
people got an absolute kick out of that. It was a lot of fun, and so I really appreciate that for every opportunity. So you rock. Thank you so much for that one. But I'm curious. Because one thing, the rim job video is a crazy name. it absolutely
Well, that's his
is.
name. Like, what do you want me to do? I'm not gonna dead name the guy. He went through. He had an identity moratorium, and he decided, hey, what kind of person am I gonna be? And he decided to change his name to Rim Job. And I'm not gonna dead name him. You got to be respectful to people.
You gotta love it. You gotta love it. You absolutely do. Why is it? People talking about donuts in my chat. So the one thing I was kind of curious about going into this, given the topics that while we're waiting for a hand to come up in the audience, given the topics that you jump on, and the variety of things that you cover, how did you get into all this? Like, I know how I kicked it off and how it's kind of evolved over time, but what was the kicker that got you into this line?
Kind of a mixture of stuff. Way back, like I created a YouTube channel back in 2018, and the idea for that was to flip my classroom. So teaching, like basically I would create video lectures and my students would watch them as homework so that in school we wouldn't have to like take notes. We could have time to do more like sciencey stuff. And I had no idea what I was doing and I wasn't very good at it, but I just was making videos all the time. And I wanted to like be ultimately, I wanted to get good at that and be like a science communicator, which is still kind of like my dream thing. And I'm kind of doing that right now,
Yeah.
although I'm more of a debate lord than a science communicator, but I'm trying to branch out and do new things. So I was just doing that for years. And then during COVID, I got really into it because my school went 100% online and there was nothing to do. But what I started doing during
Okay.
COVID also was I would go on like Omegle, which is like Chat GPT, which is like chat roulette. It's kind of like the same thing. And I'd go on there and I talked to people from all over the world. I talked to this girl from Kuwait and we talked about secularism versus Islam. But every now and then you run into like some really horrible people.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
And I found it awkward that I didn't know what to say to them. And so at that point, I was like, you know what? I want to like know how, and I was like watching Destiny debate videos and old Christopher Hitchens videos and all this stuff and like really liking what they did. I was like, you know what? I want to like contribute to this. And I felt like ashamed that I didn't know how to like undress somebody that was saying all this conspiratorial bullshit, you know?
Right.
So then I started doing the TikTok live streams just kind of for fun. And then I just kind of accidentally went viral on TikTok a few times and I started growing a large audience. So then I just started repeatedly doing the TikTok live streams. And that's essentially how I got to where I am today. Just my platforms on both ends have just kind of slowly been growing ever since. But that was the
Nice.
genesis of it all.
Yeah, I'm always curious about how people kick off in like this kind of like in the line of work that we do, like because we all have our kind of different like evolutions as we learn more about the system. We find our kind of niche as we go to fill that, and but I always found that the stories as to how we fall into these things, how we like how did I fall into doing YouTube content where I'm responding to these particular argument stuff is like the little like details that come along. I always find those really fascinating because and
Yeah.
like you said, yours was a result of kind of like the pandemic, and the same thing with my podcast, with the Week in Horror podcast, was a result of there being no gig jobs and all of us filmmakers being like, "What do we do?" So we made a podcast, and then all of a sudden it turned into a 5-year endeavor in which turned into this huge thing that we were doing, which is and it just started off as a way to do something creative with our dead time. And so you never know where it will go, which I think is really really cool. All right. New UG says Planet Peterson should try and chat with Sabur Ahmad. He's a UK Dawa guy who denies evolution. He's getting a PhD in the philosophy of biology. He's super dishonest, but more knowledgeable than most people who debate him. Sabur Ahmad. I have not heard of this. I haven't heard of this person. So,
Philosophy of biology sounds incredibly made up.
a PhD in the philosophy of biology.
Yeah.
Is that something? Okay, so that was UG. UG brought it up. UG. Is that something that Sabur said to people? Has he mentioned like where he's getting his diploma or where he's getting his degree at? Um, or is that just a claim he's making? So, because if he was going for like in evolutionary, like in a specific field of biology with a focus on a thing, but philosophy in and of itself is kind of like its own thing, but philosophy of biology, that's weird. That yeah, like I agree with Planet Peterson here. That sounds pretty made up. All right, hopefully we will get that notification. We'll get that no, we'll get that deal. So let me see. What is he? Is Sabur Muhammad? Wait, that one guy who has a podcast and reacted to Professor Dave.
Well, let's go to the YouTube.
He might have reacted to Professor Dave. Professor Dave explains.
A lot of people
Yeah.
probably have. Sabur Ahmad.
Omegle, for whatever reason, is a lot less penis concentrated than chat roulette. Yeah, this is true. This is true. It's absolutely true. I did an Omegle series way early on to kind of like check it out, and I wasn't impressed. Just with the variety of people. Now, I like I said, it was a very very small sampling. And I was kind of like, yeah, whatever, because it just I guess because it's so wide open, it's kind of like wandering in a crowd and just running into a random person and seeing what they know, and I never found it too terribly interesting. I guess it just didn't catch with me. All right, I see a few more people have come into my live chat over here. I see the Merlin. Good to see you, Merlin. Bellywood as well. Good to see you. Bob Nadell's gyroscope. I hope you're spinning at 15 degrees per hour. Appreciate you being here. Let's see what else. Lieutenant Jedi. Good to see you. And UDEF UQ. Good to see you. Good to see you, UDEF. And I think I got and Rodnoa's name. Gabba Gabba to you, sir. Hope you're doing well. And Vic Lit, good to see you. Yes, I could go for a donut as well. My wife got some mini croissants yesterday, and I grabbed one of those before I came on.
You mean croissant?
Croissant, yes.
Croissant?
Croissant.
I'll not be lectured by people that say guacamole and put beans on toast. I will not be lectured about culture, about dining, about how to say words.
Jalapenos, like them jalapenos. Jalapenos with my eggs and my tortillas.
I saw this TikTok video. It was so funny. This guy was like, when I don't know, when a typical white person, or when a secret, what the hell was it? It was like when a kind of racist white person goes to a Mexican restaurant and he's ordering, and he did the accent perfectly. He was a black guy, so it was kind of funny because he from the Midwest. He did this perfectly. So he was like, "Yeah, can I get a bean and cheese burrito, but none of them jalapenos or guacamole or sour cream. None of that stuff." But the way he said jalapenos, I was like, that's what people back home say.
Got them jalapenos. Got them
Jalapenos.
Jalapenos.
At least they do the nia, but the rest of it, jalapenos.
Liverpool man 1990 in my chat says beans on toast got my sister through uni.
Well, I mean, we were all poor in college, so
This is true. This is very, very true. I can tell you, man, Cup of Noodles was one of my saviors, because you could and not packages of ramen, okay? Because I didn't have a Sam's Club card at the time, so I couldn't go like the giant box of the community box of ramen. So I had to go individual Cup of Noodles, and I could get it. The place that I got them at, I could get them for like 90 cents a pop. So.
Well, instant ramen's 25 cents a package, so.
Oh yeah, but I was like those things, but they were large enough, and I could eat one, and and it would get me through like half the day, until I really started getting hungry. And then at that point, luckily I had my parents once a week would throw me a bone, and I'd be able to like get some actual groceries, but I had to make those last. I had to stretch those out. And it was
instant
never
ramen. Oh, sorry.
Oh no, and it was never perishables, because I wasn't home enough. I was taking a full load, so I was never home long enough for to eat all the perishables. So
chat clip that he said he was taking a full load.
Yeah, I was taking a full load. I said it. clip it, throw it around. I know it's going to happen. New UG says,
Yeah,
it gives me poverty PTSD. I'd rather be hungry.
Yeah, instant ramen's infuriating because one package isn't enough and two is kind of too much.
Right.
Kind of like 40s. That was another college thing.
My brother was big into those for a little while, because I'm 5 years older than he was, and he got into them, and I never really did. But he got into him, and he was like, and I remember specifically, it was after my dad passed. He went and got 240s. He was like, "Here, celebrate with me. Like, we're gonna drink to our dad." I was like, and I'm sitting there going, "This is really nice. how the fuck am I going to drink all this? This is
Yeah,
insane.
there's so I don't think for even $100 you could get me to drink one today because they are so disgusting. It was steel venom, uh,
Oh yeah.
high English I think was one of them, and oh damn it, what was the other one? There was one other. There were basically three brands, and if you make a brass monkey out of them, they're actually pretty good. But oh man, just drink them by them. But for one summer in college, I was so incredibly poor. I had a job at a restaurant. It was a hotel convention center, nice restaurant, and I just worked in the restaurant. But I was an athlete, so I would take the entire spring off because I had to be at practice every single day, and we had meets on weekends. Well, while I was on sabbatical, they got a new manager, and so I went back at the beginning of summer. I was like, "Hi, I'd like to just basically get some hours back." And she was like, "Oh, well, we hired like some new staff, and uh, I don't have any hours to give you." I was like, great. So and then so I ended up just mowing lawns for the whole summer because it was the only job I could find, and it was $10 an hour, which sounded like a lot. Well, it was a lot for a college kid at the time, but I could only get about 15 hours a week. So I was just I I you had to keep drinking because I was a 21-year-old college kid. I was an
Right.
alcoholic. We all
Right.
were. So the only thing I could drink
No.
were
We were
40s.
we were drunks because we
Yeah.
didn't go to meetings. We didn't have time to go to meetings, so we were just drunks. Because I remember vodka and Natty Light was my go-to. You know,
Yeah.
typically it was Smirnoff. It was Smirnoff and mixed with Natty Light. So it's like that was the go-to drink. It was like I can't believe I used to just stomach that.
Yeah, you're right. See, alcoholics are in denial. I was aware that I had a problem, so I was a drunk.
We
Yeah.
have full awareness of what we're doing. And even Quaid's like, yeah, I shouldn't be doing this. Red Solo Cup, Natty Light, and Smirnoff vodka. So
Natty Light
natural. Yeah, I know you get the Natty Light, man.
takes you back. What was the other? It wasn't Natty Light. It was oh man, what was the other one? It had ice in the name. I want to say Ice House, but that's not right.
There was Smirnoff Ice. Remember the
no.
I see. I think I'm older than you, so I remember the days of like those particular like Zima. Do you remember Zima?
I only ever heard of it.
Okay, so yeah, I remember because I remember drinking Zima, Smirnoff Ice, when all those coolers, when they weren't wine coolers, but they were wine coolers. It's kind of what they were. Only they had different, but different companies were putting them out because that was the trend at the time. So, but I remember drinking that shit. Oh, we got someone with their hand up. All right.
Oh yeah, that's blue.
Oh, do you know him?
Yeah.
Awesome. All right, Blue. First time on the stage of reason. I appreciate you being here. Come on up. You got you muted right now. So let me see. It's not me. Well, let me see. Oh, I think you were server muted somewhere else.
Yeah, it was someone that liked Spanky, so they muted me. They didn't like me talking about Spanky.
There you go.
I was just gonna ask Peterson a little bit about his past, like in his previous Christianity. Like, how did you grow up in it? What made you want to leave it and pursue other things in life?
Oh, sure. Good question. So, when I was a little boy, now when
you freaking whippersnapper, man. What is this? Get off my lawn.
My voice is a lot deeper in the morning, so I can fake that. So, going way back, my dad's family was Lutheran and my mom's family was Catholic, and my mom still is a very devoutly religious person. I have no idea what my dad believes in. He probably believes in a God for like afterlife insurance purposes, I think, but I don't think he gives a shit about. I've never called it that before. I'm going to call it that from now on. I don't think he really cares for religion really in any way because he's I can remember when I was younger, him, well, not that much younger, like a college kid, saying stuff like, religion, that's where critical thinking goes to die. And I was like, damn, look at you being all based and shit. So then, but I still believed. And when I was really young, there was a Lutheran church, Highland Lutheran Church, and I would go there. It was in this town called Brant, South Dakota, population of about 40 people, maybe. The whole town has one paved road. The rest are all gravel roads. But the thing about small rural communities in the Midwest is they are very, or at least I don't know what things are like nowadays. Now that politics has gotten everything so incredibly divisive, but they were like really cohesive, and the church was sort of like the communal place, right? So going to church was actually really nice. We didn't have fire and brimstone preachers. And I went to Sunday school there, and I don't really remember much about it. My prevailing memory is Corey Anderson, who was just an absolute little shithead, being absolutely unbearably uncontrollable. Like we'd be sitting there trying to read from the Bible or like talk about something, and he'd be picking up his chair, running around with it, being like, "Look, I have udders," and like just the stupidest shit. He was one of those out of control, just terrible kids whose parents didn't hit him hard enough or something. I'm not sure what the problem was, but so I always had I had really good experiences growing up there, and then when I got a little bit older, I think my mom took like really seriously, like, no, my children are going to be Catholic. They're going to get baptized and confirmed in the Catholic Church and go through everything. And so, and I'm pretty sure my dad was just like, I don't fucking care. So we did that. And growing up in the Catholic Church, again, it was the same kind of thing. It was a little bit, well, no, I don't want to say that, but it was, again, I really liked it. We had this priest, Monsignor Barnett. He was this big, giant Santa Claus-like dude, except he had like a friar haircut, not by choice. He was just old and bald on the top. And he had no beard or anything like that. But he had this enormous booming voice. And when he would sing, like the church would vibrate. And he told the most hilarious stories. But he was also, he made you really like being there. And he got, by our local bishop, he got called to go somewhere else. I don't even know where he went. And man, when I tell you the entire congregation was crushed by that, they were absolutely crushed by that because everybody loved him. And then after church, the bakery would always bring over donuts, and I would always try to be first in line because I wanted to get a jelly roll. So, and then same thing. It was our CCD classes were just taught by the dads of people that were like in my class that I knew. And it was always, like I said, it was very nice. It wasn't about like, there was no fire and brimstone or anything like that. So I had a good time growing up in the church. And then in college, I kept going to church for a little bit, but then I stopped going, and I just kind of started taking religion less and less seriously. But I believed in all of it for whatever reason. But then right after I graduated college, I started getting into, funny enough, Donald Trump played a big role in my deconstruction because I just never thought about my own religion in any kind of like deep way. Like I don't believe mythological stories about X, Y, or Z. And I just, for whatever reason, never just applied that skepticism to Christianity. But what I was starting to notice, and I had been noticing it for a little while, but it really started getting intense during that election season in 2015-16, was all of the most deeply politically right-wing people that I know that are the worst people are the most deeply religious people I know. I was like, what the fuck's going on with this? And I started looking into it more and just being more skeptical toward the religious wing of the like whatever politics sphere of our country and all that. And I started watching like Bill Maher and watching old Christopher Hitchens videos and Sam Harris and got really into all of them. And I started to be like, I started to realize I have no better reason to believe what I believe in than a Muslim does for whatever they believe in or anything else. So then I just kind of started realizing, yeah, there's no good argument for any of this. And then like evolutionary biology was deeply inconvenient for reasons that I never thought of. But I just literally saw, I think it was a YouTube comment. Somebody said, if evolution is true, then Adam and Eve never existed. There is no original sin. There was no reason for Jesus to have ever existed. And I was like, fuck, that that might have been the final nail in the coffin. That thing, right? That's funny how I can remember a very specific thing, but yeah, that is my 6-minute answer to your question.
You're fine. I enjoyed it. So do you support or not support raising children as Christians? Because I'm atheist, but my girlfriend is Christian, and I was wondering how that's gonna work out.
I guess I would always so I wouldn't necessarily have any problem with it. I mean, my situation, my wife is agnostic. I'm an atheist. We're not going to take our kids to church, yeah, because neither of us do that. It's just not going to happen. But I don't know. Like, if my kid like gets older and starts going to school, and they like meet a friend, and they're like, "Dad, like all my friends go to Catholic mass or whatever, and I want to start going with them." I would probably sit down and talk to them and be like, well, okay, I'm just going to tell you what I think and like try to give you like the brief history as I understand it and like tell you why we don't believe in this. But I don't know. I I don't know if I would really have a problem with them going so long as their friends weren't like Southern or what is that? What's that horrible church called?
New
The
I
Southern Baptist,
the,
whatever.
the Southern Baptist, but you get like the new IFB, new independent fundamentalist Baptist church. They're really extremists, the extreme ones.
Oh, the Westboro Baptist
Oh,
Church. That's what I'm
Westboro,
thinking.
yeah, okay.
Yeah, that. So as long as it wasn't something like that, I don't know. I don't think I'd really have much of a problem. My parents were always they never told me what to think or what to believe in. They just kind of nurtured my nature. I would say they're like, well, Eric likes to do X, Y, or Z, so you know what? Let's let Eric do that, and we'll like support him in whatever way. So like as a teacher and as a future parent, I kind of decided a long time ago. There are some books I read that convinced me of this. That's the only way to healthily foster a child is to nurture their nature instead of being like, well, yeah, I know it's 4:30 in the morning, but put on your fucking coat. You're taking figure skating lessons. Like I'm not gonna. That will never, ever, ever, ever be the way I am. So yeah, I wouldn't necessarily have a problem with it. I would have to know what they're getting into, though.
There does seem to be a kind of like an almost vicarious nature to it sometimes, that parents, having grown up in themselves, they believe these things, and then whatever experiences that they might have had, whether they were negative or positive, there's that kind of like desire to relive those things, or to relive the positive things through the eyes of their children, or to maybe see them have an experience that was not negative, so that they can kind of like vicariously experience that more positive thing that they never got. And I see that informs a lot of these relationships. The only thing I could possibly add to this, I love what Planet Peterson was saying here. I don't have kids myself, and my wife and I are not planning on having children. But in this particular situation, if I did have kids, I can only kind of follow what my mother did. Is, even though my mother is a devout believer, she emphasized priority in my brothers and I's lives as we were growing up: critical thinking. It was critical thinking and asking questions, and to never, ever, ever be afraid to ask a question, even if it's of an authority figure. If someone comes along and says this thing is true, or they're trying to convince you of something and it doesn't make sense, don't just accept it. So it was literally my mother emphasizing critical thinking and not being afraid of asking questions and not being afraid to dig for the truth and doing the work, that she beat that into us so much, or raised us to believe that it's one of the reasons why I'm a non-believer today, why technically, if you were to classify me, I'd be an atheist, because despite the fact that she's a believer, she wanted that ahead because she didn't want us being taken advantage of in the future by grifters and charlatans and con men who would like capitalize on that belief in that faith aspect. So that's a tough situation to be in, Blue. Are you, just to clarify, are you two currently expecting, or are you planning?
Oh no, we just plan. We're not expecting.
Okay, gotcha. All right, so
we're not even married yet. So
okay, so a much better scenario, because if you were expecting and then all of a sudden having this conversation, I was like, ooh, that would be rough. And but yeah, I think that's a good conversation to have, a really good conversation to suss out. Find where the two of you land, because I can guarantee you, my mom and my dad did not. And my dad was he was a man's man, but he was very much my mother was the queen of his world. So where she went, he followed. And so she was devout. So therefore he went along and was with it. He was kind of one of those guys, but he was never like huge in enforcing it. Very similar to Planet Peterson's dad. My dad was kind of the same way. Midwestern dads. I don't know what it is, but my mother was the Bible thumper, and the not an extremist, not a funny, but the Bible thumper in the family. It just didn't take with me. So, but yeah, good convo to have there, Blue.
Yeah, I was gonna say, because the way I grew up was my parents are. Well, I grew up in the South, so my parents are very conservative and they're also very religious. But I'm glad my mom really never tried to force her opinions on me. She'll talk to me about her opinions, but she won't force them on me. And I think that's how I'm gonna be with my kid if I choose to have one. I think I'll try to reason with them through it, but I'm not gonna be like, no, you're gonna be a liberal.
But how are we supposed to make more liberals if you don't do that? No, I kid. I think when I hear about that, should I raise my child in a particular faith, or like when I hear that, I have this kind of like gut recoil, this like kind of recoil in my gut, and what it is the psychological harm that comes from certain aspects of that. Not all of it is psychologically harmful, but a lot of it, some of the bigger things, is like the idea that people are born fundamentally broken. That's a psychologically harmful idea. The fact that there is a threat of hell to reinforce good behavior, that's psychologically harmful. That if there's the promise of something good to reinforce good behavior, and like these are in the long term very harmful concepts. That that's why they indoctrinate. That's why children are indoctrinated with them, so it informs everything they have going forward. And so if you're willing to kind of like keep that critical inquiry open and teach them that, I think that's the right path. Allow them to ask questions, that it's okay, and kind of like don't like. I agree with what you said, Blue. Don't force the path, but let them walk the path and guide and walk alongside them as they're figuring it out. But let them walk that path on their own steam. I think that's the smart way to go about it.
Now that I think about it, this might have been the biggest thing that put me on the path toward deconstruction. I kind of said it earlier, like all the most fundamentally religious people I knew were the worst people I knew. Well, it was more the other way around. The people that just said and thought the most disgusting things always were like, "Oh, I'm just such a beautiful Christian," though at the same time. Like I remember when gay marriage, the Supreme Court voted that it's not unconstitutional. I had like these couple of people I went to college with just getting on Facebook and just being so mad. And I like wrote a post where I was kind of trolling them or whatever. And they were just like, and I was just like, can you give me a reason? And it was just pure hate. Like, this one guy, his name was Kyle. He weighed like 500 pounds maybe. And I never said anything, but I was like, because I just can't do this because I'm not like Kyle. I was like, what if I just said like, yeah, well, people who are 500 pounds, gluttony is a sin too. Jesus preached austerity and you're being a glutton with your food bowl. I still am not that kind of person, but I was like, I would like to do that just so you can see this is what it's like to be attacked for your identity. And the fact that you don't like it, maybe you won't get it. maybe you'll just be like, no, it's not fair. It's different for me. Like maybe you won't get it, but you should at least see what it's like. But I didn't do that. But
Why did it have to be a food bowl?
I don't know.
Like, I think,
I don't know.
Quite funny.
I don't. Plates weren't enough for Kyle.
or
You
like
got,
a
you,
like a
the-
feed
Very
bag.
descriptive.
you have to have some.
Just
With
slinging
that
it-
thing that you put on a horse where they put the
swing-
oats in it,
swing it on his
whatever
ears
that
and
is.
just hang off his face.
Yeah. But anyways, that was sort of later, but like earlier on, talking to people in college and them just saying stuff like, oh yeah, like if you're not a Christian, you go to hell. I was like, pre-contacted Native Americans are all burning in hell. And they're like, yeah. I was like, Jews are all in hell? Yeah. I was like, what in the fuck is so that probably more so than anything what to me was like, if this is what this is, then I don't want to be a part of it. And I don't, for the most part, I don't think I've ever met a Catholic that thinks that way. So I mean, yay for us, I guess, or well, what I used to be, I guess, yay for them. But yeah.
I was gonna talk about that on how church likes to breed a lot of like hatred for gay marriage and things like that. That's another reason why I would probably be against taking my children to church, because I believe people are born gay, and I don't know if you think that way, but I think people are at least born with a little bit of genetic factor that determines if they're going to be gay or not. And if you take
Yeah.
those children and put them through church where it teaches them it's a sin, that you're going to go to hell because you love someone that you love and you don't know why, I think that's very harmful.
I
Yeah,
can,
I mean,
yeah,
I don't believe you're born with a sexual orientation. My take on the is it a choice or is it not, is what I basically say is it's not exactly a free choice. That's my stance on it. Because if you say you're born that way or whatever, that's, I mean, we can very easily prove that that's not the case. But biological determinism, I think, is an extremely dangerous thing to cling to for it, because that can be justified for all kinds of horrible things, like racial inferiority, and therefore they'll never be able to integrate or do XYZ because they're just fundamentally different. But like, I'll make it extremely quick. Identical twins, their sexual orientation only correlates at about 70%, 0.7. So it's clearly very strongly genetic, but it's not entirely that. So people clearly make a decision, but you don't choose how you are attracted to, like you can't choose what food you like. You can't choose to be convinced of the evidence of something. And I don't think you like you choose who you're attracted to, but you don't choose what you're attracted to, if that makes sense.
right.
That's why I believe it's partially,
Yeah,
partially
Yeah.
genetic.
as a member, as a member of the LGBTQ community, being bisexual myself, and taking a long time to like come to terms with that and understand who I was and accepting my identity, because my father, while like I described him earlier, but my father was raised extremist fundamentalist, like extreme fundamentalist. I would say Baptist, but even then, in the 70s, it was a different kind of animal. And he was also a military brat. So my grandfather was a Marine Corps, and I saw action in Vietnam and in Korea and Vietnam. So a particularly hard individual. My grandmother on that side was an extremist, scary fundamentalist Christian. And so the idea that his eldest son would be anything other than straight, would have sent my father like spiraling. And my mother knew, but so my mother was like, we're gonna keep this to ourselves. Your dad's not gonna know, because he can't know, because likely my father my father loved me, but he may have done harm to me, or something terrible might have happened. That's just who my dad was. And I knew it took me a long time to recognize that the anxiety and the distance that I was experiencing was because I was not able to accept that this is who I was. This is who I've always been. My mother pretty much had an idea, like long before it was even a conceptualization. She was like, "Yeah, I don't." My mother was like, "Yeah, I don't think he's straight." It was just things that come out. So there is I do think there's an aspect of biology that plays into it. It's not totally that way. And it also comes along into how your brain develops, how your neural pathways develop, what behaviors are reinforced. And so a lot of things can play into that. A lot of like external factors can play into that as you're developing. But yeah, I would agree with you. It's not a choice. It was not a choice for me. And luckily I got very lucky, unlike so many of my LGBTQ brothers and sisters who do not have the support systems that I did. And I got really, really lucky, especially, but even growing up in the 90s growing up in the late 80s and the 90s in Texas was rough because, it's Texas. And so in that respect, I got lucky, but yeah, not a choice. So I appreciate your take on that, Blue. I do.
Yeah, there people argue, like, there's this guy Dean, he's really huge on TikTok, and he does these live streams where he, like, the prompt is like, why is it wrong to be gay or whatever, and he's pretty good at dunking on bigots, but I haven't heard it in a really long time, but he has this argument where he says, well, there's a gene variant that, like, all gay people have or whatever. And I've always been like, you really don't want to say stuff like that because of the biological determinism aspect. But it also obviously is flatly untrue. There's also this other, and I don't remember what it is, but people say if there's something you're exposed to, I think, like, if your mother listens to Careless Whisper at exactly the 49th day of pregnancy, you will be gay or something. Like, no, there's like this chemical thing where there's this hormone where if it's activated at this time, like, I've heard that too. Like, it's been discovered, we found out what makes them gay or whatever. But again, identical twins don't always have the same sexual orientation. So whatever prenatal conditions there are and whatever genetic whatever that there is, it's not borne out as completely deterministic by that with the study of identical twins. So,
well, my mother did listen to a lot of Liberace. So
my mom, my older brother, my mom went to I think it was Bruce Springsteen. No, I can't remember. She went to a concert when she was pregnant with my brother. Man, I don't remember who it was though, but I want to say it was Springsteen.
Is your brother the boss?
No.
Okay.
I'm gonna text her right now.
So anything else first, Blue?
I don't believe that's all I had to ask. But
Awesome.
I got you some good content, Peterson. Tried my best to extend it as long as I could, since a lot of people raising their hands. But try my best.
Absolutely. Spanky's catching on.
Oh, dude, look, he's right behind Peterson right now, dude. Mine isn't as close to Peterson's. Mine doesn't have glasses or a party hat.
But you can get each of those things. You can get the sunglasses free from any gas station. And the party hat, I mean, those are like, I don't know, like 99 cents at Walmart or something.
Probably they need to drip out my Spanky.
Yeah.
I'm telling you,
I should get him a gold chain.
just like Erica did the Baffy plushies. Okay, and Skeptic is working on a rainbow, Lisa the Rainbow Giraffe. You should do a Spanky plushie. You could do it.
Oh no, I do sell them. I've sold probably like 30 of them.
Nice. Spanky plushie.
So
awesome.
Spanky plushie right here.
Nice. Okay. So I'm gonna ask Spanky versus Lisa.
Oh, Spanky.
Eric doesn't want to call.
Spanky has so much lore you don't understand.
Really?
That's not a joke. We have on my server, there's a dedicated channel and it's called Official Spanky Lore. And we engineered ChatGPT to take on the persona of Spanky, and it says the funniest shit ever. It has its own opinions. Like, we ask it, like, how shall we celebrate when something happens? And it pretty much always says to eat tacos. And we didn't tell it that. It just on its own, the sacramental meal is the taco. And so it pretty much always says that. It hates the Boston Celtics. It's so funny. It
See,
came up with all this shit on its own. It's so
Or 2
hilarious.
diss
I don't
tracks on the
have-
fucking Celtics.
I don't have my own god. I don't have my own deity that I've created, but I have the only thing I've got is I created the official Darth Dawkins squeak toy. So, and I turned my camera on, but I don't. But it seems like it's not coming up. Maybe because I'm splitting it between my live stream and this. But I do have the official Darth Dawkins squeak toy that I created, and it is a piss yellow because that's the quality of his arguments. Squeak toy that is perfect for dogs, and when you squeeze it, it makes the same sound that he makes when he argues for his presuppositional apologetics. So, but yeah, I have the Darth Dawkins squeak toy. There you go. You kind of heard it there. I can't do it too loud because my dogs will freak out. So, but I have that, and I created those with that. That's my creation. That's my my addition to it.
Alrighty, well, that's amazing. Anyways, it was a nice conversation with y'all. I'm gonna head out now because Future has his hand up. So you guys have a good day.
Cool. You too, Blue. Thanks so much for coming up, bud.
You know.
Apparently, someone in my live chat created Meowlithep. Insanely cute elder being. So Meowlithep is apparently a god as well.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, every now and then I worry that I'll accidentally create a cult, but I don't care.
Spanky doesn't sound like too bad of a cult. It doesn't sound like too bad. Like a nice little mystery cult that pops up in these trying times.
Yeah, it's like there's like literally nothing prescriptive about our cult. You just have to say that Spanky is the creator and the ultimate grounding for reality. And anybody that claims different is borrowing from our worldview. And there is a Spanky Bible.
Yes.
And it says, it's reversed, but it says, this book is true. There, that proves it. And every single prophecy in the Spanky Bible has happened. And they continue to come true every single day. It says things will happen.
It's on point. And apparently it grounds all epistemology, correct? It grounds all transcendentals?
Yep.
Excellent. All right. And I see Future Nightmare's got his hand up. So, Future, let's bring you up. Future's a good friend of mine.
Oh, yeah. Me and Future go way back, probably 8 months or so.
Future and I have been working on. Future and I have been working on some big brain philosopher moments when we in the deep hours of Discord discussions, which has been a lot of fun. But how you doing, bud?
I'm not too bad. Since Peterson likes the precept arguments, what's your grounding for all presuppositions, epistemics, and ontology? What's your grounding for that?
Spanky.
Yeah, well, it's not my god, so get wrecked, nerd.
Get wrecked.
I win. Get wrecked, nerd.
My strategy lately is just to use Spanky to prove that their claim is nothing special. Or what's been hilarious, I didn't realize that it's weird because they have a script, but they actually don't even have an argument, because this has happened it's happened 3 times lately. I simply ask them, why should I believe what you're saying? And they can't say anything. They either, we went through this, they either say, well, the opposite is impossible. Like, I'm not going with an alternative. I'm not asking you. This is basically what it always is. I didn't ask you to try to figure out if I don't know something else. I asked you to tell me why I should believe what you are saying. And they can't give you anything for that. It's always, yeah, well, if we appeal to blippity blop, then that becomes circular, blah, blah, blah. Like, I didn't ask you about that. Why should I believe what you're saying? And they can't do that. So I've had 3 rage quits in the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, it's just because you're getting destroyed by their argument. You don't have a good answer. That's what it is.
Yeah, so they this guy obviously knows nothing about philosophy, and then they leave. Like, substantiate your premises. You don't even know anything about philosophy. Bye, nerd.
I've just gotten to the point with the presuppers. I just say, I'm a solipsist. Get me to your axiom. Do that. And then I just constantly say, how do you know that? How do you know that to be the case?
Yeah.
Piss them off.
Darth only one time in his entire life was ever honest, and it was a long time ago. He was debating Destiny, and Destiny asked him, how do you know that? How do you know that? And Darth finally said, because it's been revealed in the Bible. And then Destiny said, how do you know that that's true? And he said, God revealed it to me in such a way that I don't even question it. And then Destiny's like, oh, so it's unjustified. Thank you. And he has been livid about that ever since it happened. And he will not answer any questions because of that singular event.
He doesn't. Darth doesn't do any arguments based off the Bible at all.
Oh
He
no,
just
no.
does the.
You ever catch that one where and I hate to give him props because he's an absolute piece of shit, but he did have a conversation with Pine Creek. And Pine Creek was like, it's like Pine Creek was like, okay, great. I accept everything you're saying about epistemology and or it's transcendentals and all that. I accept it all. Let's talk about Jesus and the Bible. And he would not do it. Avoided it like it was the plague. And even though Pine Creek's like, I concede to everything, you're right on it all. Let's talk about the Bible. Nope. And it's like sounding kind of like one of those vultures in a Looney Tunes cartoon. So just the weirdest shit ever.
I mean,
I think
doesn't
it's because if you talk about the Bible, sorry, go ahead, Pearson. I cut you off.
Well, I was just gonna say he doesn't his whole shtick is just word games and do you know what this esoteric term means? But he does he doesn't necessarily bring up the Bible, but he does if you ask him if you let him make his case, he always ends it with, and that's only possible because of the God that was revealed in the Bible. So he does but doesn't use the Bible, I guess I would say.
Well, he doesn't use verses or try to argue the evidence or anything like that. He
Correct.
just goes with the precept. And I think the reason why is because if you talk about the Bible, you can start pointing out contradictions. And then once you start pointing out contradictions, well, then it's a bad case for his God thing. So if you say that, yeah, I agree with everything that you're saying, that, yeah, there's got to be a God, but then let's get into the Bible and see why it's not your God, then that's a problem.
Yeah.
UDEF in my live chat has brought up Darth is a deeply damaged person. It has nothing to do with religion. He gets his rocks off by abusing people. That's I would say that is objectively true. Even if we had, I don't believe we have access to objective truth, but we may just have an objective truth there. Absolutely. And of course, Felicia by nature, good to see you. Says Darth also doesn't like talking to women because Shannon Q called him out for being a jerk. The Shannon Q debate was a big one. Still sticks in his craw to this day. Years later, he still goes off about how Shannon Q deconstructed him during, and it was off the cuff, which is what's insane, because she wasn't supposed to be debating that night. It was someone else. They called out because of a conflict, and she was like, kind of like, hey, do you want to come in and do this? She's like, I'm only half a bottle of wine in. Sure, why not? And so she jumps on there and completely just dismantles him from from every aspect, and which was hilarious to me. And he's still burnt.
She psychoanalyzed him really well. She just kept being like, wow, this is fascinating. So you think that if somebody blank, I can't remember exactly what she said, but she did such a good job of it. And she sat there and answered his questions for a good hour. And then she was like, what? Do I get to ask any questions? And James, the moderator, was like, yeah, we have to let Shannon ask. And Darth just absolutely pissed his pants and screamed for 15 minutes and then rage quitted.
Right.
The funny thing is that Darth hasn't shown his face around this server at all anymore. He's only
lost his
on
mod
TikTok
powers
now.
Yeah. He lost his mod privileges from the server. I think that's why.
I think he's still a mod in the atheist room, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. Well, there was somewhere he lost because he was openly talking about it, and a lot of other people were too, that he lost his mod privileges. And so because he can't command the mute button, I think that's why he had to go over to TikTok.
Right. I think that was in PNR. I think that was a while ago.
Yeah, I think when the analytics started dipping on him, and when Tom Rabbit stopped covering him regularly, that's when we pretty much knew that the bottom had fallen out of that. That there was almost no gas. I remember being in politics over one time, and he was in that atheist helpline chat that he does, and he was sitting in there for I think it was about 20 minutes, and no one joined. And just sitting there by himself in that room, no one. And I was sitting there watching. I was like, he's in there all by himself. Oh, it's going to kick off and get huge. And I kept expecting people to join, and it never happened. Eventually, I was kind of like, I messaged him and was like, "Hey, dude, feeling kind of irrelevant these days," and he never responded. But yeah, it's like I think the gas is out of it. He's a lolcow. I think he's been milked for all he's worth, and time to put him out to pasture. That's why I mean he's on TikTok now, but he keeps getting banned for hate speech. So,
Yeah. Dude, if I read you the DMs I have with Darth, I have never been able to re-achieve the god level gaslighting that I was able to achieve with Darth. It was so fucking funny.
the last time I messaged him, it was years ago. It was when when I was officially put on the auto ban list because I'm a defamer, a stalker, and a whatever he calls people. But I did my one video on Darth where I deconstructed his precept and all that other nonsense, and I had to do kind of a deep dive on him because I didn't want to gaslight him or misrepresent him, so I had to understand where he was coming from. So I wanted to understand the man behind the rhetoric. And apparently, and I talked to some people that he did not want me talking to, or did not want, people talking about him, that people that know him. And I did my research, took about a month, and I managed to break it all down. I didn't dox him or release any information, but he found out and he was pissed. And so I think the last conversation I had with him, he threatened me. He was like, if he ever saw me, he was going to take, action or whatever. Like if he ever came across me or whatever. And I was like, wow. And then he blocked me, and we haven't spoken since. So he gets really mad.
For me, I didn't even get really a chance to talk or debate with him. I think that was because I changed my profile and my username to Darth Dawkins and was going around on TikTok live saying, "What's the ontological primary reason for my wife and kids leaving me?" I think that did it in.
The ontological primary. There's some dude on TikTok that goes by like Doth Darkins or something like that. Like it's a parody of him, and they're kind of doing not that specifically, but they're parodying him on TikTok. It's really funny.
I got the video up of him blocking me, and he was like, "Do you know Future Nightmares? What's your First off, the conversation. I was just sitting there listening. Wasn't gonna plan on debating. I'm just gonna record him, and that's it. But he called me out. And I had my headphones on, but I was in a different room. And anyways, he starts out the conversation. He's like, "What's your TikTok?" It's the same on here. And he's like, "Oh." So he takes 5 minutes to, I guess, put on his glasses, went down on his phone, slowly type. I imagine he's a very slow typer. Try to find my username, and he's like, Do you know why I have you blocked and on TikTok, Future Nightmares?" I'm like, honestly, I don't know, and I don't really care. And he's like, "What do you think you would have done to deserve a block from me?" I'm like, that's a good question. I don't know. I don't know why you blocked me. And he's like, "Yeah, that's a or sorry, no. He said something like,
You're lying.
yeah, he said I was a liar.
If you don't give the answer I predetermined that you will give, I will call you a liar.
You're a liar. You're a stalker. You're a defamer. You're
you're
whatever.
Rude.
Yeah.
You come in and you're rude and you're dishonest.
This is what you do. This is what you do. This is what you all do. This is what you atheists do.
He called me a gratuitous capital T troller. Is what he called me.
Ooh,
wow.
A troller.
Well, I apparently got my PhD from the University of Dunning-Kruger. That was one of the things he said about me. I wasn't in the room. I think I was listening, but I wasn't allowed to talk to him. And I think he was like, "Oh, there's that Jail Warren with his PhD from Dunning-Kruger University." And I was like, "Awesome!" So I got my PhD there. At least it wasn't for At least it was. I was just thinking that Blue. At least it wasn't from Patriot University.
PragerU.
Or PragerU. What the fuck?
Have you guys ever looked into the PragerU videos?
I've
I
covered a
think I
couple of
will.
I've covered Dennis Prager and a couple of I covered Dennis Prager on one video, and I covered some other stuff before. I have like responded to stuff. It's nonsense. It's batshit.
It's really bad. It's really, really bad.
Yeah, you're talking about a group of people that makes like arguments like slavery was good for African Americans because it gave them stability and jobs to focus on, so that they whitewashing pretty much antebellum slavery and American exceptionalism, how America could do no wrong and all this other insane stuff. Yeah, they're freaking. Dennis Prager is insane.
Hmm.
But yeah, and of course, even worse, the superintendent of education here in Oklahoma embraces all that nonsense and actually has authorized PragerU kids material to be taught in schools here in the state. So, but there is a reason why Oklahoma is 49th in the nation in education.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
I
bad.
figured it would just be all the tornadoes knocking down the schools half the time.
Right. Just Ryan Walters did, and then again, Ryan, we're gonna impeach him, get him out of office. He's under investigation right now for misappropriation of funds. Of course, obviously he's lauding all this stuff that he's doing for Christians, and it turns out that he is misallocating funds, and there was money that was allocated in the state budget that was supposed to in the education budget that was supposed to go to inhalers, albuterol inhalers. Because the poverty level in Oklahoma in some areas is very, very high, and children and parents simply can't afford to get asthma inhalers for their kids. So there was an actual bill that was passed that would allow for the state to fund having rescue inhalers like in schools, like as part of the nurse's office, and that money never got spent. Like I think it was to the tune of like almost $3 million, and it never got spent. Like the money just never went there. And then there was other money that was allocated towards beefing up security in schools in the wake of Uvalde. In the wake of Uvalde, Oklahoma was like, let's allocate money specifically to improving the security in our largest, most populated schools in the biggest counties, and make sure that our kids are protected. That money never got allocated. It was supposed to be like something like $280,000 per school to go to them, and that money never got allocated to them. Like they applied for it. It was like, hey, there's the money. Let's apply for these deals. Money never showed up. So security money and asthma inhaler money or inhaler money never arrived. No, don't know where it went.
But if there was a bill that would cost about $3 trillion for gold-plated Bibles to be in every school for every kid, it would get passed immediately, which would be, I don't know. I mean, a Bible's pretty bulletproof, so I think a Bible in the backpack of every kid in America is probably a good idea, or that reason. Also, the toilet paper in schools is so bad. I honestly think that rice paper they put in Bibles might do the job better. For those two reasons, I support a Bible in the backpack of every child in America.
They just rip out the pages and make a roll out of it.
Yeah.
They do make good
Wait,
papers.
are you talking about doobies?
They do make doobies?
they could be used as doobies.
Well, you said make a roll out of it.
Okay,
talking about a
but
paper roll as in terms of like, toilet paper roll. That's what I was talking about.
No. You talk about rolling J's, man. Raps.
Yeah,
Rolling papers.
let me just blaze it up with Jesus here real quick.
the book of Leviticus makes some fantastic raps, man.
You guys know that burning bush? I think I know what he was talking about.
Oh, it's killer. And you mentioned that putting like a bill putting Bibles in classes. He's actually trying to he was trying to pass a bill. I don't know how familiar are with what's going on in Oklahoma, but Ryan Walters trying to pass a bill, or no, he was trying to get $3 million to purchase Bibles to be put in every single classroom, and it was mandated, compulsory that teachers teach from these things, and that the Bibles he wants specifically meet the criteria for the Bibles that he wants that have the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution, and other stuff that in them specifically match the Trump Bible. So what Ryan Walters is actually doing is he's flagrantly defying the First Amendment and doing all this crap as as political theater to win points in the event that Donald Trump wins the second term, wins this next term. He's vying for the to be in charge of the DOE. He wants to be the next Betsy DeVos, is what he wants to be. So he's trying to win political points so that he's using our schools, Oklahoma schools, as his shooting gallery to score points for a position in the Trump administration. That's what he's doing. That's specifically what he's going for.
Yeah, that I was aware of.
Yeah.
And he said like you can't teach the history of America without teaching the Bible. And that's how they try to make it like, well,
Right.
we're not gonna like preach the Bible or anything like that. We're just gonna like talk. It's like the teach the controversy stuff. Like that we all know that that's not your actual intent.
Yep. See, what was this?
Sorry, I was just trying to kill time. waiting
Not a
for
problem.
the
Okay, so
notification.
yeah, so Taco didn't set it up so I'd have the event notify button that the stage was going live on politics. So we just kind of like went live, and I was kind of stuck. So so I figured we'd just do it. And if we were here, it would attract people in. But there was no notification that went out to the rest of the server and Taco has not responded to any messages yet.
Yeah,
Might
he
be
ain't
still
waking up.
asleep or something. Maybe.
Possibly. And Mod Mail is not. I got a message back from Mod Mail saying, "Hey, I'm a little busy, but I pinged the higher ups." That's the only response I got from Mod Mail. So, yeah.
I mean, we could pray for it to happen.
Let's all put our hands together, close our eyes, really, really focus. Put it out there. Dear whoever may be
Hamburger cheeseburger, Big Mac Whopper. Hamburger cheeseburger, Big Mac Whopper. Hamburger cheeseburger, Big Mac Whopper. Hamburger cheeseburger, Big Mac Whopper.
Did it work yet?
I'm only seeing the number of people in the audience has not changed. Still 9.
Damn. I remember when COVID started, like when it like before like the whole nation went on lockdown, I got on social media and I was like, how does COVID keep getting worse? Is Mike Pence even praying?
Oh crap.
Yeah. So yeah, but anybody who's down in the audience of the 10 people that we have there, typically we have a larger audience than this when I'm able to notify everybody that we're live. Hopefully that'll change up because I'd like to get different conversations here. So if you do have something about what you believe in, why, we'd love to talk to you. So go ahead and put your hands up, and we'll handle people as they come in. Try to get these people in order, and of course we're going to prioritize people who have not been up yet and believers, so we can have those chats. But yeah, or if you know somebody who would be interested in that, we'd love to hear from them.
What was your guys' funniest theist argument where you just like couldn't help but laugh, but they were being 100% serious on the argument?
Oh, Eric, Peterson, you may have to take that one.
I'm trying. I know what it is, but I can't remember it specifically. It was in the atheist thing on the first Sunday of every month, several months back. Oh, what was it? The dude contradicted himself so badly, but I cannot remember what it was. Shit. I'm gonna go through my YouTube videos and see if I can find it because it was so funny.
I know that as far as like when we say like the funniest one, I think so the funniest things that I ever come across in like whenever I run into an apologist who's trying to defend their faith or whatever they're doing is when they make like obviously very, very silly claims like there's no contradictions in the Bible. Like those are like when they say stuff like that, the obvious ignorance when it's so apparent. That's the thing I find the funniest. As far as like the arguments for a God, transcendental, ontological, cosmological, the moral argument, whatever. whenever those things are all easy to break down as to why they're logically fallacious, why they're predicated on logical fallacies, and why they take logical fallacies to defend them, and ultimately how faith is not an epistemological tool. They're inventing a thing to reference to pretty much confirm their own personal intuitions about reality. Those things are easy to break down, and it's good to do that. But the funny thing is, the really funny stuff is when you find out just how, and I know it sounds so bad because I'm saying how deeply ignorant they are, but ignorant is just like the lack of knowledge that they have on these things. Like they simply don't know. And so hearing silly crap like, the Gospels were written by Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. That's objectively hilarious to me. It's like, why would you claim that? You obviously know nothing about the book that you put so much stock in. And that's I think that's the first big hurdle, is getting through all the information that they do not have to kind of like, it's like, wait, look, let's get you on the page of modern biblical scholarship, just basic biblical scholarship from believers that are espousing what you espouse. But let's get you on the same page as all of them, because apparently there's a lot of information you're not aware of. And then we can start actually having deeper conversations. But yeah, the number of people that lack that info is just wild.
I think honestly the funniest theist argument was the recent video that I uploaded with you, JL, where it was the Christian precept that he admitted defeat, but
Right.
he had asked you for an argument on the grounds of Mark not being written by Mark. He asked you for an actual argument for
that. So yeah, and the traditionalist versus like what actually can be ascribed, and that one day, and I think Peterson, if you hadn't watched that, essentially we got into why metaphysical speculation is essentially just bullshit. Like speculating upon what's the metaphysical position to take and which one is the correct one, and broke down exactly why it doesn't work. The one that you fall on is just, is just validating what you personally feel about what you personally intuit about things. And then he was kind of like, well, hey, and then I love that moment. He was kind of like, wait a second. If metaphysical speculation is bullshit, then all of these like transcendental and ontological, that all these arguments are also bullshit. That you shouldn't take them serious. Like this is his own words. It's like, but wait a minute. If you can't determine the truth of the metaphysic, then all these other arguments are just retarded. They're just stupid. And we're like, yes, you're there. You have arrived.
You got it. That was the best part.
And then he was quiet for a moment as it kind of like clicked in place. And he was like, oh, I need to go. And then I think his next major reaction was, I need to go do some more research. He was like, yes, you do. Yes, you do. Keep researching.
I think he, at the end of that conversation, because I stopped recording a little bit earlier, but he did say that he was going to research better arguments. And I'm like, why even do that? Like, your strongest argument collapsed.
Yeah, and that's the whole thing. There really aren't. And by the way, good to see you, me. Good to see you, Surf. Thanks so much for being here. Good to see you, Aaron Reese, Turtle Moves, Second Best Bob. Appreciate you being here. Donnie Does That has been a member of the Godless Army for 28 months. Thank you so much for the support, Donnie. You rock. I appreciate that. And I also saw Second Best Bob has gifted 5 memberships to the Godless Army. Thank you so much. All you new members, please enjoy those custom emojis I've made for you. I hope you like those. I really, really do.
So I found the funniest argument, and it was from P Mars. It's the bottom video there of Jesus playing chess, and I clip it in the very beginning of the video, but like there's an extended version. But this is basically how it goes. I say you can only assert your position through blind faith and circular reasoning, and he says, we know how to interpret the Bible. From like, we have a history of like scholars, tons of scholars. And then I say, then why have there been many thousands of Christian denominations? Because people disagree. So I said, so you can't interpret the Bible objectively. Thank you. That was, I mean, just in 3 seconds, he completely obliterated his own argument.
Yeah.
I don't think P Mars is an actual Christian, though. I think he's just a troll.
I've been starting to
I don't know.
I've been starting to get that feeling as well that he's it's so demonstrably bad, and the fact that of all the conversations I've had with him consistently, he keeps coming back to things that have been debunked. Like he'll have his little script thing, he'll run his thing, it'll get shut down and debunked. He eventually runs away. Then he'll come back like 2 days later and do the exact same thing. It's like over and over and over and over and over again. And at this point, he's not like even Darth adjusted when it was pointed out to him where there's a break. Darth's like while his general script hasn't changed, it has evolved to a degree as he's tried to shore up the failures in his position. But PMARS is exactly the same. And I think the future has an argument there. I think it is he may be a troll, and I'm not even really certain anymore if he is in fact a Christian, because it's the same meme over and over and over and over and over again. I do have a question for the panel, for everybody. So wrote no last name says, Bridge to the Divide. Question for the panel: what is your favorite bad argument for God? The one I guess the one you like responding to the best, like your favorite.
Fine tuning is great if they're a young Earth creationist, because then they have to because it's so contradictory. It's just absolutely hilarious. Everything is so finely tuned that it couldn't blah 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 blah. Okay, so how do we deal with the fact that radioactive isotopes tell us that Earth is billions of years old, and that the fact we can see billions of light years says that the universe must be billions of years old? Well, those things used to be faster. Great. So you don't believe in fine tuning then. Thank you and goodbye. That one's great.
What about you, Future? Since you're up here, what about you, Future?
Honestly, lately I've been enjoying the morality argument that I've developed.
Yes.
I've been enjoying that one a lot. Because I have like so many good hypotheticals with it. I've developed it. JL has now made an argument to plug a hole that was made out by Andrew, the fucking hole maker that I absolutely despise. Anytime I make an argument, he's like, well, I don't think that actually works. It's like, shut up, Andrew.
I'd say that's what I really, really love about the community that we have, is that we hold each other accountable, and we are willing to like engaging in the scientific method is so important. Is like we posit a potential argument, and then we have individuals that will keep us intellectually honest by poking holes at it and testing it and running these things down. So, and we're willing to engage and adjust that. And and I love the moral argument is my favorite one to go down, especially these days. I love going down that when they claim that God is a source of objective morality. And so understanding that morality is morality itself is the principles that are concerned with the distinction between what is subjectively defined as good and evil, or right and wrong. And so it comes down to the ability to make moral distinctions. Humans can have the ability to make moral distinctions. And I, being a moral relativist, understand this, and the evidence and predictive models indicate that moral relativism is likely the case, even though I can't say it's absolutely the case. But if the God exists, and what it came down to was, if the God exists in this worldview, and it is the metaphysical ultimacy, then by definition it pre-exists the set of things, because it sets the metaphysic for all things that are in the set of not God. So the thing at one point existed prior to anything else. So if it's the only thing that exists, how can the thing make moral distinctions if the only referent is itself? How can God make statements about itself if there's nothing to indicate what it is not? And so you have the God saying, this is a good thing in reference to what? Because you are the only thing it's the only thing that's there. So by that determination, it would then necessarily have to create something else to say that's a problem right there. If it creates one thing and says this is good, well, how is that coherent? How can you make that distinction if that which is not good is there to give good its identity? But then it has to create the other thing and say, well, this is what's not good in order to give this thing its coherency. But they're both coming from you. So it's just an arbitrary distinction, entirely subjective from you. You're still like arbitrarily saying, oh, because this. These things, because of defining it as the metaphysical primary, it literally loses all distinctions lose coherency. that you can't make, so it itself can't make distinctions. So what I discovered was that the idea that God is establishing morality is really just humans intuiting what they think, or intuiting from their own subjective experience what is right and wrong, and then imposing it back upon them, basically back mapping it on the God itself as what justifies their own personal intuitions. Because by definition, the God can't make distinctions. Anything that it says is completely arbitrary because there's no reference to indicate what it is doing is, is what it is because it is what it is not. And so that was that. I'm formulating that in an actual video that I'm going to put out later on. Make sure that I don't get too lost in the weeds. But yeah, I'm loving the moral argument is my favorite right now. I see, Peterson. I see your gears kind of turning. So if I just kind of I'm interested because I posed this to Andrew. Andrew helped me to shore it up to what you just heard. What are your thoughts? Poke a hole in it. Please, if you see a hole in there.
I'm gonna have to call you Dad from now on because I'm about to severely disappoint you because I wasn't listening because I was listening. I was listening to this debate that I linked in the chat because I was still thinking of the worst arguments and the funniest moments, and I was trying to remember what this idiot said. So it goes back to this Darth's Padawan thing. And there's another funny moment because he said everybody knows God exists. So I said, on what grounds do you claim to have access to the content of my mind? And he says, I don't know. I was like, fucking thank you. Thank you for absolutely obliterating your worldview for all of us. And he was so pissed off about that and he kept changing the subject. So that's what I was doing the whole time.
It's all good.
Dad.
I also have another favorite argument that I like to run. It's the existence off challenge. I stole that one from Agnostic One. That one's probably my second favorite argument to run.
The ant dick challenge?
Yeah. So what you do is you put an object down and you say, I'm going to prove my existence. So you move the object and you're like, there, I proved that it exists. So now in order for your God to prove that it exists, it needs to move this object by a minimum of one ant dick. And it's got like 5-10 seconds. You can make any arbitrary time you want. And you just sit there and wait. And of course, it's not going to move, right? And then it's like, there, I proved that your God doesn't exist. Every single time, the theist is like, no, that's not how it works.
God will not be mocked with trivial trials and tribulations. Now I'm about to go pray for a bountiful harvest. I'm like, wait a minute. So your God can make it rain, but your God can't move a vape one ant dick?
Pretty much. Oh, God.
There's two options. Either the God, well, actually, there's three options. There's either the God is too weak and can't move it. So it's like, there's no reason to like say that it's an ultimate being. 2, it doesn't exist. Or 3, you're saying your God's too much of a pussy to actually move the object.
So real quick, good morning. Hey, James Nordoff, good to see you. Colin, definitely not Cromwell, good to see you as well. Thanks so much for hanging out with us this morning. And here's something I came across. This is really, really interesting. Peterson, and I hate to bring up the PTSD inducing experience that you debated Kent Hovind twice. So you brought up, but I remember watching that debate. You brought up radiometric dating, and I remember, and so someone in my live chat has just pointed out, it doesn't matter what the half-life is, because someone was talking about how radiometric dating gives us how we age things, like uranium to lead dating, able to date the Earth and stuff like this. Said it doesn't matter what the half-life is if you don't know how much radiation there was there to begin with. And you actually brought up in the debate with Hovind how we don't need to know the amount of the parent material in order to determine it. And you articulated that so well. So because my live chat can hear you, and specifically Patrick Barnes, this is for you as to how we know these things, because I think Peterson has articulated it the best. Go ahead.
The technique is called, there's actually a couple of different ways you can approach this, but there's this thing called isochron dating. So what you do is you take multiple different samples and then you compare it's extremely technical, so I'm not going to be able to give you the full rundown of how it works, but you take multiple samples from something, and then you compare the original parent material, how much of it there is, versus the daughter product that it's turning into. But the crucial thing is you also compare that daughter product. There will be other isotopes of that same element in there. So you compare the ratio of the parent material, the radiogenic daughter product, what we call that, and then the other isotope of the daughter product. You compare the ratio of them in multiple different samples, and it'll create a slope. The slope of that line is the isochron, and they all, if it starts off with the same amount of parent material, then all of those lines will intersect at exactly one point, and they do. So that isochron dating method is how we've been able to overcome the problem of not knowing how much parent material there was in the first place. That deals with that issue. But another thing is, this doesn't work for everything, but for some materials, I used to have a chunk of it sitting on my desk, but I got rid of it. But for like volcanic material with the potassium argon dating, the reason that works so well is argon's a gas. So when that volcanic material comes up, if you've ever seen volcanic rocks, a lot of times they have bubbles. The argon is all gone. So it completely wipes out all of the daughter product that was in the sample when it comes up to the surface. So we know for a fact that it has basically started over from scratch. The other thing about the parent material that I don't think people understand is it doesn't matter if you have a rock that's this big or a rock that's this big or a rock that's that big. The ratio of parent material and daughter product for radioactive decay is always the same. In all of those, the ratio will be the same. It's a different absolute number, but the ratio is consistent. It doesn't matter if your rock is this big or this big. In both samples, half of the parent material will decay in one half-life.
So there you go. So, and I knew he was going to be able to articulate that a hell of a lot better than I could. Isochron, is it isochron dating?
Yeah, you can Google, and I'll give you a source you can look up. You can read like a college level textbook on I don't remember if it's a physics book or a geology book, but it teaches you how the isochron dating method works.
I imagine that would be probably in geophysics.
Probably. I just don't remember off the top of my head.
So there you go. And that was because I knew that was going to come up. That was going to be important. So there you go. Patrick Theophan Barnes. That answer was for you. That explains exactly what you were pointing to and shores up that issue. So, move on. I guess you can move on from there to whatever next issue you think exists. And hello, Raven Darkstar. Good to see you as well. I did see you pop in. So thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it. So that's the important. So yeah, I knew that there was an answer. I wanted to make sure that we jumped on that because that was a you articulated that I think the best I've heard, especially against Hovind, because I saw his eyes almost roll back into his skull because he could not grasp it.
He does the thing, and this is a common debate lord tactic where you just try to find something that you think your opponent won't know, but then you don't give an alternative answer. As if that makes your opponent look stupid. He did that so many times, and I was able to answer his questions. Like in our first debate, his entire opening hinged on the definition of species, and then I gave him one, and then he just ran away from it. So,
yeah, I don't know how you did it. Like I said before, I don't know how you have the tolerance for it. If I've never debated Hovind myself, if given the opportunity, I would. But it's not something I would probably look forward to because you have a much better, more relaxed temperament than I do. And there's only so much willful ignorance and passive aggressive, nonsense that I can deal with. And my bar is so much lower than yours. So I don't know how fruitful that would be. But man, yeah, I would probably I think like the fifth or sixth time he gaslit you, I was like about to punch my computer monitor. I was like, oh, you piece of. So that's just me.
Is there any theists that you guys would actually want to debate?
Huh.
I mean, Kent Hovind has made me a pretty good chunk of money, so
So the trauma's worth it, is what you're saying.
yeah, well, that's not traumatic for me.
I do like how you put it because you messaged me. It was like I told you. I said I don't know how
Oh,
you
here
deal.
it is.
I said to Peterson, it's like I don't know how you deal with that, like how you have the tolerance for that. And he said, I think your words were, I was like, please, I could watch an old man punch himself in the dick for hours on end, and this is essentially
Oh yeah, it's
what
great fun.
It's like blap blap. So
Yeah, so JL, I linked that book in the chat there.
oh sweet, and here in the side chat,
Yeah,
geochemistry, yeah,
I don't
awesome.
get that thumbnail. That looks like a mugshot of a guy who was at the park violating a restraining order. So I don't like that thumbnail, but I don't know, maybe that's the author.
I think of all the theists that I would really, if I were to choose, if who I would like to get on a debate stage, I would like to go after Frank Turek because,
Oh, nice.
and yeah, I'd like to go after Turek. Ken Ham and Kent Hovind, their crap is I think their crap is weak as shit, and they're so dishonest in their approach. And even Eric Hovind. Eric Hovind is just an absolute piece of crap. Cliff Netchell is also kind of a douche in that respect. But as far as like apologetics goes, and someone who can kind of like present themselves and doesn't have a tendency to gaslight and do all the gross stuff that these other guys do, I'd like to. I would debate. Yeah, I would debate Frank Turek. I would Turek. Yeah, I almost said William Lane Craig, but he's really fallen off. The same with Dinesh D'Souza. Like he's fallen off really, really bad.
Dinesh.
Yeah.
Alex O'Connor dug his. Well, he made Dinesh. It was so funny. It was like he held a gun to his head, but he didn't. He made Dinesh dig his own grave, jump in it, and then say "I'm sorry," and then bury himself. It was so. Oh, it was so.
Alex O'Connor's a pretty
Early.
good debate.
Yeah.
Good
Ugh,
debater.
yeah.
So big time. Since we don't have any hands up in the chat right now, I am kind of I'm kind of curious. Somebody or second best Bob. Oh, second best Bob, have a good one. Thanks so much for hanging out with us. He's got to take his dogs out. Speaking of Destiny, because Destiny debated Jordan Peterson, and but there was I kind of want to get because I know we've been talking a lot about religion and stuff like this, but obviously it's a bit of a hot topic. It's October. We're about to go into November, and everybody knows it's an election year. It's time. I'm not. This is not a deal. Obviously, people know where I'm voting. It's like this, but there was a recent. You saw the debate. I don't know if you guys saw the debate between Destiny and that Owen guy. Owen, what the hell is his last name? He's
The Infowars dude.
Yes, that guy.
Yeah, I watched a decent chunk of it.
So
He won't acknowledge that dinosaurs existed.
I call him Maga Ragnar because he looks so much like Travis Fimmel. And so I was like, this is what happens when Ragnar doesn't have a Lagertha in his life. It's like, this is what happens. This is what you get. But I found that to be deeply entertaining and just shocking to the degree of dishonesty in that respect. I mean, it kind of blew my mind in that. I didn't know if you guys had seen that one, but it's getting really, really crazy out there as far as politics goes. It's such a sticky topic to get into. I don't know if I want to get into it technically this is the politics Discord, but I don't know if I want to get into the whole deal. I maybe I can get your guys' opinion. Why?
Go ahead.
I'm trying to find a way to articulate it. Why do you think this election? I mean, what is as close as it is? Brass tacks, kind of a getting real moment. It's like.
Oh, why is it a toss-up?
Yeah, when it's
I think it's incredible.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think the answer is extremely simple. The economy is fucking horrible.
Is the economy horrible right now?
Yes. The talking points from the left have been that we have less inflation than the other OECD countries or whatever, and that inflation has been steady for whatever. But the cumulative inflation over the last 3 years is just unbearable. I mean, like like just shopping for groceries lately, like a pound of ground beef costs like $5.99 right now. That makes zero sense with how bad things are. And what I think what so like politics, like the popularism aspect of the politics, like what are the normie vibes in the country, because it's the middle of the country that determines things, and I think it swings back and forth. So like, for example, it's kind of a weird example to give, but like in Argentina, they've been going back and forth they've been going back and forth between picking basically like socialist presidents and anarcho-capitalist presidents. They've been going back and forth on that because the country is just kind of in shambles for a lot of reasons, and people think whatever's happening right now sucks, or like the situation right now sucks. So obviously the fix to it is whatever the opposite of right now is. And Trump represents the opposite of what's going on right now. And there are people that are just like, I can't, I am struggling to live right now. And I think people are just sort of desperate for an alternative choice. Yes, he has about 30% of the electorate on like the right wing electorate, that where he is their demigod basically, and so they'll be behind him no matter what. But the other people, I think they're just holding their nose and just desperately thinking that he'll be able to make things a little bit different, because he can, like, his only redeeming quality is that he would be willing to like strong arm maybe like Saudi Arabia or somebody and be like, drill for oil, you miserable fucks, or I'm going to take away all of your military support or whatever, while also taking $2 billion from them. But anyways, without rambling too much, that's pretty much what I would say.
So the way so like a good point was pointed out by Aaron Reese, who lives in one of the states that's being like hardest hit by these aspects of the economy. He's like, the metrics by which we judge the economy are horrible. Jobs are up but don't pay enough. Profits are up but don't reach the bottom. Okay, so
Yes.
but those aspects, that's not the government, that's not administration policies, that's corporate greed. As I Killed Earl points out, the economy is doing really well. What you're talking about isn't inflation; it's corporate greed. It's essentially we're suffering. We're through the blowback from the horrible economic decisions that were made during Trump's administration that resulted the tariff decisions that he made, which resulted in higher prices and caused that artificial inflation that those caused. We've managed to go through that post pandemic. And so we've managed to bounce back, but now we're at a position where corporate America has the ability to level things off, but there's nothing to incentivize them doing that, which is why record profits across the board. And we already have evidence that there is price gouging across the board. Price gouging on food, pretty like that. So those things
that's been evident for years,
right?
Something like 40% of the inflation is literally just them marking up the prices of things. It's funny because like this is a couple of years ago, but like Starbucks, they openly admitted it. There were these emails that got published, like internal emails within the organization, and they said, we're going to jack up prices just to see what will happen. And they noticed that people didn't even, like, the idea is like, if we jack up prices, we'll probably lose some customers but stay at the same level. No, people just kept buying the stuff. So they're like, oh, well, we're just going to do that again then. They just openly admit that they are doing this. And it's really bad, like in the meat industry too. So yeah, and I don't know what you do about that, because Kamala's talking about price controls, and that can be a really dangerous avenue to go down, but the vast majority of people support it because, again, the vast majority of people are like, somebody has to do something, because it's just so unbearable.
I think the idea being is like in times of national emergency, the government had the government does have the federal government does have the power to put moratoriums on prices. They can lock shit down in response to things to ensure that everybody continues to have access, to try and avoid certain things. Like, they can't gouge on, like, they it can be done. And so, but in this respect, it obviously hasn't been done. And I think that it seems to me, and I don't, like I said, I don't want to say it. It almost feels reductive to just simply say this is ignorance. This is just wide scale ignorance and fear, or if it's ignorance fueled fear. They see one thing, they react to that, and they don't know the deeper meanings behind it, and they don't understand economics well enough to understand how these problems. It's not like an economic decision is made one year and then all of a sudden you immediately feel it that same year. Economy, like economics, takes a while to get there, to really feel the full effect. And so all of the money that was dumped in people's pockets, that money's got to come from somewhere, and that resulted in the inflation effect that we had post, with all the money that was being dumped into corporations' pockets and such during the Trump era. So I that's what scares me, is that there seems to be a deep level of ignorance and an extreme amount of fear that's being played on in order to justify the voting this without understanding the deeper nuances of these things. And I hate sounding like a guy who's be like, oh, they're all just a bunch of fucking idiots, but it's hard. And I have to admit, I don't feel I'm feeling uncomfortable. Like the situation has me feeling uncomfortable. I don't know about you guys.
It's not good.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't looked at the projections yet. From what I'm seeing, it's very much. I'm looking at 538, which is a pretty good pollster, and they have Harris 48.4%, Trump 46.4%. But I mean, it comes down to those battleground states,
Right.
and Wisconsin even, Pennsylvania even, Nevada even, Michigan even. Georgia is R+2 now. I didn't realize that Georgia was going Republican. Arizona is Republican leaning now. So the other thing is with regard to that's so funny to look at that. With regard to Harris is the Democratic Party is having a hell of a time of getting young people to want to vote for them because of what's happening in Gaza. Like Michigan is a very key state for Democrats, and there used to be a pretty big Democratic advantage there, but that's gone now because there's a really substantial Muslim population in Michigan, and for a really long time they've been leading the charge in uncommitted and just not supporting a candidate if they're just going to give Israel whatever it wants to keep killing kids.
Yeah. Oh, it's a gross time. I don't know where it's going to land. But the fight. No, I guess yeah, we just keep fighting. However it spins out, we'll just keep working at it, or update your passport and look to go somewhere else. I have no idea. I don't know how it's going to play out, but it's trying times. Oh, Taco has still not responded to my messages, so I wish we could get some more people in here. No, typically we have a bigger audience in this, so I'm a bit disappointed that we haven't gotten more.
Modmail hasn't responded either.
Nope, they've simply said we pinged the higher ups, but I've gotten nothing. Which is really disappointing because I typically have a better turnout, and now I'm embarrassed. And I'm embarrassed in front of Eric. I feel bad.
Usually there's like 40, 50 people in here. No, it's just nothing.
Well, I mean, the server has what, 5,000, or no? How many people are in this server? Like 60,000.
I think
Yeah.
8. I was like over. Yeah, more than that. I think so.
I don't remember, but Yeah, when you're not sending out a notification to them, that's about what you can, I don't know. Maybe we'll just have to try it next weekend.
Oh, we do have a hand up. So
That'll be the
All right.
real.
Well, I'll drop down for the hand up.
cool. Appreciate it, Future. Thanks so much, bud.
Oh, see ya.
All right. There's a new speaker. Haven't met them before. So, birdies.
Do you touch yourself in public? Deadass. Like, have you done it? What's your experience with it? I think it's free.
I'm sorry. You half that got cut. Half that got.
He said,
caught.
he said, do you touch yourself in public?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Have you ever considered doing it? I mean, pretty chill.
So it's like obviously a troll.
Yeah, obviously a troll. So,
What do you mean?
all right. So, we're good there. There's no point.
What do you mean?
Yeah. So yeah, I will at least we got one. So.
Dude has a $700 microphone just to ask people if they touch themselves in public.
I didn't see what Mikey had. Which one's he running?
The one you see on every single podcast, the Shure something.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Oh, what is that? I used to know what it was called. No, I don't remember.
He says Elgato DLXR.
That's not what it looked like to me, but maybe I just didn't have a very good view of it. The Shure MV7. I don't know. Whatever.
Let me see. Oh, it says the Elgato compact USB interface that gives your mic superpowers. Blah blah blah. How to turn a DSLR into oh, it's an Elgato project, so I see what he's doing there. Oh well.
Whatever.
Yeah. At least we got one troll. It's been a while since I've gotten a troll. At least it wasn't like the N-word. So
yeah. Elgato DLXR. That's not I guess I didn't see it. The lighting was pretty bad.
All right.
That's not what I saw. I'll link the one that I saw.
Oh, Blue. We had a troll pop in and just it was the Shure SM7B dynamic. Oh, okay.
That's what it looked like to me, and that's the one you see on all the podcasts.
Oh, okay.
For the most part. What do you think Harris needs to do to gain in the last 2 weeks? Debate Trump again, but I'm pretty sure that's not going to happen. I can't believe how the Democratic Party just acts like they don't want to win elections, because we know exactly what is popular among the general electorate. So when she says things like we're thinking about price controls and expanding Medicare and stuff like that, everybody loves that. But what does she do? She goes around saying, Dick Cheney loves me. Dick Cheney is the worst fucking human being on the planet. Okay. So, or at least in the United States, he is actually worse than Trump. He's a fucking horrible person. And we know God doesn't exist because Dick Cheney's on his third heart. He just won't fucking die. Okay. So when you go around saying, yes, Dick Cheney, the architect of the worst event in the entire 21st century so far, the invasion of Iraq, from America's perspective or whatever. Yeah, that guy loves me. What could possibly make you think that makes people want to vote for you? It's just so unbelievably stupid. Like Trump does what Democrats should do, which is go around saying, Mitch McConnell, that fucking piece of shit, he can go to hell. Why don't Democrats do that? Instead she's embracing right-wing lunatics just because they don't like Trump. Like the fact that they think, oh, the undecided voter is the kind of person that thinks Dick Cheney was a pretty okay person, so if we appeal to them, that'll make people want to vote for me. No, the left hates Dick Cheney. sensible people hate Dick Cheney. It doesn't help you. They just think
Yeah.
that that's crossing party lines and like being like, I don't.
I can't.
How-
I can't get behind the guy who shot a dude in the face and then made him apologize for it.
Yeah, no kidding.
I can't do it.
And led to the deaths of 1 million Iraqis.
Right. I remember there again living in Texas. There's a quarterly magazine that comes out called there's a monthly magazine called Texas Monthly. And so Texas Monthly always runs some interesting stuff, and I really kind of enjoyed it. But one of my favorite cover pictures for Texas Monthly was a picture of Dick Cheney, and it was obviously a composite. It was Dick Cheney with a shotgun aimed at the reader, and he had like this angry look on his face, and it was like, read this issue. It was like Texas Monthly, read this issue, or Dick Cheney will shoot you in the face. And so that was the cover they put up, and I was like, yes. So
That's
yeah,
pretty funny.
if that's going to come out in Texas, I was like, yeah, it goes to show what people think of with Dick Cheney on the whole.
Ugh.
Oh yeah, Cliff says give the mic recommendation to jail since his might be dying. That's true. This microphone, this Yeti that I've been working with, I've had for years, and it has never failed me. But it may be starting to go out. I'm starting to have a couple of like issues with it, so I may have to upgrade my microphone here pretty soon. And UG says maybe start a GoFundMe for JL. I've never asked for that. I don't think I've never been one to be like, I'm raising money to buy myself new equipment. No, if my content is good enough, then the money will be there and I can upgrade. So, but I appreciate it, UG. I really do. I do appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh man.
I don't use it anymore, but I do have this microphone. It's from JLab. And I actually really liked it because it has an LED bar. So like it has the gain and volume on the back, but on the front there's a bar that shows you like what your levels are at, because this you can't see it.
Right.
And it has the audio quality is really good, and the switch for the sound pattern, I don't remember what you call that. That's on the front too. And on this, it's on the back. So this thing always sounded pretty good to me. It does not work with Windows 11 though. So that's kind of why I stopped using it. The idea was I would use this on that computer and this one on this computer. But nothing works with Windows 11, it seems. So I gave up doing anything on my gaming computer.
So
anything regarding content production, that is.
So, because we don't have any hands up, and the audience is kind of small in this respect, and you were looking at something else, so I'll run this. I'll actually run this by you. Oh wait, do we have a hand up? Oh, we do have a hand up. I don't believe. I don't. Let's see. Yeah, we got their hand up, so let's bring them up.
Neither do we.
I don't believe you got invited up to the stage.
Yeah.
And
you got to accept. It doesn't bring you up automatically.
Yeah. Got to hit the green button, bud. If not, we do have someone else. We have Grim. I can bring Grim up if... Okay, I don't believe. Go ahead and take your time to figure out what that is. There may be an issue there, but we'll go ahead and bring Grim up. And I don't believe. Feel free to raise your hand again when you get that sorted out. Grim.
Their full username is I don't believe the science.
Interesting. And Grim declined.
He said he's scared in the chat.
Why would you be scared? Oh, I don't believe is back. And has left. Okay. Graham, you can come on up, man. Come on. Well, while we're waiting on that, the let's see, he might be messaging. They said he was scared. So what I was going on, the moral argument that I like to, that I've been posing is because I think in my mind, when I was running through this, it always, whenever someone was bringing up like the like the God being their God concept being the metaphysical primary, there was always something nagging in the back of my head that said that there's something that's not being addressed here. If you're defining the thing as that which sets the like literally the ontology of all things, of the set of things that are not God, everything external of itself, because it itself is the metaphysical primary. And what that led me to, when I was kind of parsing that, like what is logically entailed by that statement, and what it came to was, if this thing is the metaphysical primary in that, then the ontology of all things, including the principles concerned with the distinctions between what is subjectively determined to be right and wrong or good and evil, are set by this thing itself. But therein lies the problem. If it is the only thing that exists at one point, before, if it pre-exists the set of all things that are not God, because those things don't have an ontology until it determines that, or arbitrarily determines that ontology, that metaphysical ontology there, then how can it itself make distinctions between things? If there's nothing external of the God to reference, then how can the entity make a statement about itself, about what it is not, if it is the only thing that is there to reference? So it's like, it can say, so the God is all that exists, and the God says, I am good. Well, then how can it say that? Like, in reference to what? What is it referencing to indicate that which it is not, to make what it is a coherent statement? And I thought that was odd. I was like, wait a second. If it can't make statements about itself that are coherent, then how can it actually make distinctions between things if there's no external referent other than itself? If it's saying a thing is good because it itself is definitionally good, well, it is good in relationship to what? There's no coherency there. It's just a statement that means nothing. And I was kind of like, oh, wait, if that's the case, then the God can't make distinctions. Then where are humans getting those distinctions from? If they're not referencing the God, they must be referencing themselves, their personal intuitions and inclinations. And so what I pretty much came to the conclusion is that humans are making the distinctions, and then they've been taught or conditioned to back map those intuitions onto the God, and then claim that because they come from the God that they are then objectively true. So it's a way for them to basically espouse how I feel is true. It's true because I feel that way, and this is my justification for saying that it's objectively true. And so, but it's literally just back mapping the territory.
Yeah, we created God in our image.
Right. And I think that the moral argument, if they are acknowledging, or if Christian makes the argument that the God is defined this way, just like Van Til did. This goes all the way back to Cornelius Van Til when he started bringing up the metaphysical primary thing in order to defend the transcendental argument for God. That the metaphysical primary are that attribute actually shoots itself in the foot. And that's the thing that was bugging the shit out of me. It's like, I think they actually defeated themselves, that Van Til actually defeated his own position when he took that stance, that this is what the God is. He was trying to find a way to keep people from leaving the faith by giving them an argument that couldn't be defeated, when in actuality, he defeated himself by forcing his God into a position where what he's asserting cannot be logically entailed by that. And I'm going to parse that out in a video that I'm doing myself, but I found it to be interesting. That's what I was posing to you. We do have someone with their hand up. Quite Big Geeks. Come on up, Quite Big Geeks.
I don't believe said that they had to restart the app, and they are back now, but they don't have their hand up. So,
and they get their hand up. I will happy to put them up there. Apologetics. I thought this was a political. We'll discuss anything. So I don't believe the science. If you want to talk about politics, we could definitely do that. But Quite Big Geeks, you're up. I see that you were server muted, so let me undo that. And
hello, gentlemen. Good day.
Holy
Good day.
crap.
Good day. What? Am I okay?
I think you were a little loud. But
I'm very sorry. I'll be quiet. So, J.R. Warren, you're one of my faves. I've listened to you a few times in a number of different rooms, and it's always a pleasure listening to you. So,
appreciate that.
good work. Mr. Peterson, I've never heard of you, I'm afraid. So, hello, I'm Geeks. So, I would like to give you guys an argument for God. I'm an atheist, by the way. So, I'm trying to play devil's advocate, of course. And what I'd like you to do is kind of try and help me, obviously try and pick it apart, but I don't think this argument has ever been used before. And I would love to know if I'm just wrong about that. So I'm going to go. So is that okay? Is that all right? Can I do this?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm going to argue for the likelihood of a creator, not specifically God, but just going to the creator side, was there to create the universe over any other possible theory, and we'll just use as a proxy just the Big Bang theory for now. Okay.
Okay, it's so this is kind of like a deistic argument.
It is, but it's based on probability. So the concept is simply that when we look at the universe, say in a natural sense, we know we're only able to see what is the visible universe. And of course, we don't know what's outside of that visibility. So one good kind of thing that we can't know for sure that's quite simple, is its shape, right? So the visible universe is, obviously going to be an ellipsoid or spheroid or whatever, because that's how observation works. But we have no way to tell kind of what shape, if you will, the full universe is. So when you start to question what we know about the universe, it becomes less clear. It becomes less and less clear that we have, well, certainly any reason to call this a possibility. But then it becomes a candidate for being more unlikely than the God argument. Because if you consider that there are an infinite number of assumptions that you have to make with the God argument, that God created the universe, and you have a different infinity assigned to trying to explain the assumptions or use the assumption or apply assumptions explaining this ever expanding universe, natural universe situation. The larger, sorry, I've already said the larger infinity would be on the theory that the universe was created naturally, in a naturalistic sense. It would be a bigger infinity than the number of assumptions needed to explain the God theory. Did any of that make sense?
Nope.
Okay, so if I'm parsing this out, to kind of like boil it down, you're essentially saying that in order to take that the naturalistic position requires more assumptions than the deistic position.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, so this is kind of a matter of Occam's razor, where it's like don't
precisely.
It's an
Occam's razor
yeah,
with
yeah.
infinity, different sizes of infinity.
Okay, so I think ultimately what this boils down to is that because infinity in sets of infinity being infinity being conceptual in that respect.
Yeah, of course.
I think I think that I don't think it's probabilistic. I don't think you can get. Now, I think Peter's going to be able to speak a little bit more deeply than I can on this, but I'm going to do my best. First and foremost, I don't think you can appeal to probability because
no, you're right. You're
because
right. I agree.
because we only have one set to work with. We have, as far as universes go, we only have one. So the set is one, and the fact that there is life in it is one. So we have a one.
No, I agree with probability. I agree with probability. So
Well,
scratch that one.
yeah, okay.
Scratch that.
So I don't think, as far as probability goes, I don't think we can go there because
Yeah, it was the wrong word. It was the wrong word.
We don't have the mathematical functions to derive a set of odds from a set of one, is what's problematic there. The other thing is that there is still the big assumption totally is that to assert that deism is possible, or that deism is a more probable position, that the existence of this thing would obviously be predicated on some evidence that indicates the likelihood that such an entity exists.
Well, hang on, because two things. You're right. You actually the wrong word you used in the first sentence was actually kind of serendipitously a catch. We do need to have the assumption as well that a deistic reality is possible. It's possible.
But if you look at the things, that we're appealing to in both positions, the first one appeals to the things that we have access to, and the evidence that we have access to, that we can derive probability, that we can derive conclusions from with predictive modeling. Hang on, geeks. Hang on a second.
You're wrong.
Well, it doesn't. No. The naturalistic position doesn't assume that something exists or doesn't bring anything into the equation that we can't demonstrate that we have that we can't demonstrate we have access to.
Yes, no, I understand, but I'm not taking that position as one of the explanations. It's not the naturalistic. It's the fact that we know that the universe itself is bigger than what we call naturalistic, because it's observable. And if we try to explain the nature, origins, whatever of something that we can't see or can see less and less and less of, right? Then the assumptions that have to be put in, let's call them an infinite number of assumptions in order to rationalize that approach. And then that infinite becomes at some point, I don't know, I can't really pin it down this way, but it becomes at some point a bigger infinity than using God created or deity created the universe being an argument.
Yeah, and where I was going with this is to kind of like put it, to put a pin in it, is that in the naturalistic framework and in the deistic framework, where there is a deity that's involved in the creation of things, not necessarily it interacts, but like you said, the deistic framework, is that asserting the possibility that there is a deistic element to this automatically takes the position that it is possible for there to be an aspect of reality that is not explainable by naturalism. That there is something out there that doesn't have a naturalistic, like, it's like the nature of itself is, yeah, exactly. But it does, but it does have a naturalistic interface in order to create the natural world.
Of course. And those are all assumptions you have to concede.
Geeks, hang on a sec, dude.
Go ahead. Sorry, I'm getting excited.
And so the naturalistic framework that doesn't address is basically saying we're not going to assume the possibility that a thing exists because we don't have anything to indicate that it does. And we're not going to, and there's nothing to access from that. So if you're saying that the deistic thing is a possibility, well, that would assume that there's a justification for saying that it's a logically possible or probable. You're talking probabilistically. So
I think you misstepped a couple of steps.
Well, hang on.
You went back to naturalistic.
It is naturalistic. What I was saying, it's not an assumption of It's not an assumption of naturalism. It's an acknowledgement of what we have access to.
That's my point. That's why you've misstepped, because I'm not talking about that.
But that's if there's no deity, it is completely naturalistic.
If there's no deity, fine. But we're talking about the universe, which goes beyond what we know. There's more outside of the observable, our observable universe.
That's true. But
you have to include that.
But hang on. But even if the circle of things that we don't know is bigger than the circle of things that we do,
how do you notice the circle? Hang on. But how do you even notice the circle on the outside?
No, geeks. This is just an analogy. if the
I know,
set of
but your analogy has to be
if the
accurate.
if the set of things we don't, just because the set of things we don't know is
There you go.
larger than the set of things that we do know, okay,
Mhm.
does not
Yep.
increase the probability of a particular thing being true.
How do you know if you don't know half of or whatever
No,
number of those
that's
things?
not what I stated.
That's called an argument from ignorance.
Yeah, that's not what I stated. I said,
What, my one?
And it
But-
leaves no room for the supernatural either.
Whoa, Peterson. Chill. I'm arguing from ignorance?
Yes,
Tell me how.
because you said beyond our scope of what we can observe, perhaps there are particular things. No, not knowing about the existence of things and appealing to an infinite expanse of stuff doesn't increase the odds of those things being real.
Just say that one more time. The last sentence you just said for me, if you could.
Doesn't increase the odds of those things being real.
No, the whole sentence. So the argument
So you wanted me to say only the last part, but say the entire thing?
Okay, all right, we'll play this game. Let me repeat what I heard. Okay, so I'll play back to you what I heard, rather. So one cannot make an argument about the things that we don't know about, because essentially you could say that for anything, and then that would be just claiming ignorance about what you don't know, correct?
I have no idea what you're trying to say.
All right then. Hang on, I'll change my headphones.
Okay, so where I was going off when I mentioned the whole circle thing, I'm getting feedback, I think. Okay, there we go. I mentioned the whole circles thing because I remembered that there a number of theists, one of them being Joshua Fierstein, made the argument where he asserted that because the set of things, he drew them as circles on a whiteboard is what he was doing. It's like, here's this big circle that represents the set of things we do not know, and here's this circle that's so much smaller that represents the set of things that we do know. Because the set of things we don't know is so much bigger, that, and then he was asserting, or he was basically implying that increases the probability that the probability of the exactly that somehow that I'm hearing myself.
Sorry, that's me. Sorry.
So he says that he was asserting that increases the probability that does a God exist, that a God exists being true, and no, the amount, it doesn't increase the probability. The odds don't go up. It still has to be determined that it either does or does not. So just because there's so much more, that's not the way that works. And so the naturalistic framework establishes, literally acknowledges we can interface with the world in a naturalistic way, and we can determine things, we can explain phenomena by naturalistic means. When we explain a phenomena, it is explained by naturalistic means. If you want to say that there's a supernatural aspect to things, or a supernatural aspect that interfaces with the natural, you first must assume that the supernatural aspect exists. That's begging the question if you want to derive any conclusions from that. And then you have to say that the supernatural has a way, which by definition can't be explained by naturalistic means, has a way
Begging the questions.
has a way to interface with the natural in a way that we wouldn't be able to detect the supernatural. Okay, and I see that he bounced. I had a server meter there because I kept hearing myself, but apparently he dipped out.
Pretty sure he was trolling.
He might have been. Poshville left. Yeah, so let's bring up I don't believe he's waited long enough. I don't believe the science. Come on up. Even
This
Aaron
is about as far as we got last time.
I don't believe you're good to go. Just need to hit the button to accept it. Even Aaron Reese was in my chat. He was like, what was it? He said, this dude is going to require the mute at some point. Yeah, he predicted it. Predictive models, predictive models. I don't believe. Ready to go. Blue says, "Verily, verily, Peterson, 1,000 times verily."
Verily. Whoa, 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 Peterson. I can't believe that you've done this thing. And they left.
Oh,
And they're back.
Let's give this one more try. Let's give this one more try.
I wish you could just manually drag them up there.
Right.
It's just the thing about it is it's so incredibly easy to do. Just so incredibly easy.
Technology, Rasheen, you are correct. Technology is hard. Technology is tough. You know. Blue said, "You still doing your live later?"
Me? Yeah,
Cool.
probably. Well, you know what? I don't really need to now that I think about it.
So let me see.
Sorry, the app is F-worded. Well, what the heck?
The buttons aren't showing up. It should be at the top, right?
I don't know how it looks on a phone, so
Politics.
I am on. Try putting your phone in landscape.
Yeah, it should be at the top. Yeah. Aaron Reed says, I have a certain set of skills that make me a nightmare for people like you. I will find you, and I will have a discussion with you."
Very, very quite contrary. Try putting your phone in race.
Hey, Jaloco, good to see you, bud. Hope you're doing well. Since you guys may deal with this today from other folks. Haven't run into it yet. So I don't. I know that when we invite up, so there should be a green bar that allows you to accept it. Skill issue. It's a PEBCAC. It's PEBCAC is what it is. Gotta love those PEBCAC problems. Aaron Reese asks you, what grade do you teach?
Oh, well, I'm currently not teaching, but I've always taught high schoolers, but I've taught every subject, so it always fluctuates. Some years I have pretty much all juniors and seniors. Some years I have all sophomores. It's wild. But currently I teach the world. I can look at my YouTube analytics. Audience. Let's see. Audience.
What's your least favorite and favorite grade to teach?
Freshman. And favorite? Well, that's sort of that actually. So least favorite's freshman, and that's just duh. But the funny thing is, for favorite, it kind of depends, because if I'm teaching an elective, then teaching juniors and seniors is awesome because they're more mature, and if it's an elective, they kind of want to be there. But I've also taught juniors and seniors that are taking like a sophomore level class for the third time, and they're the absolute worst people, worse than the freshmen, because these are people that they don't give a fuck. They're there to ruin everybody's lives. That's like the only reason that they're there. So, but I currently teach 20% of my audience is 18 to 24, 30% 25 to 34, 24% 35 to 44. So there we go. 93.4% male. Well, that's not surprising, I guess.
I'm kind of curious. You went to your analytics
on YouTube.
And audience demographics.
It's just all the way at the bottom.
All the way at the bottom?
Let me click on here. Go to YouTube Studio, Analytics, Audience, scroll all the way to the bottom.
Apparently I teach Oh wow. Okay, so 0%, 13 to 17. So
I have a 1% for that.
the freshmen don't give a shit about what I'm saying.
Apparently not.
18 to 24 is 4%. 25 to 34 is 12.5. And then I've got a 23.2%, 25%, and 22.2%. That's three
Wow.
demographics from 35 years old to 64 years old.
Huh. Interesting.
I have an even spread across those three, like 23.2, 25%, and 22.2 is who I'm teaching. And then 65 or older, 13.1.
Oh, invite. I don't believe they said they did an app update.
I sent him an invite to speak. There you go.
Damn, 57% of my viewers aren't subscribed. It didn't used to be like that. My channel really blew up after I talked about Candace Owens a couple times.
Let's see. How much did you say was unsubscribed?
57%.
45.5% is unsubscribed for mine. Is what I'm like. I'm almost like down the middle.
I used to be it used to be way more loyal, but now that I've had a couple videos, I used to never have a video that had more views than I do subscribers, so that always made sense. But now every once in a blue moon I do. So
but subscribers who turned on all notifications for your channel and enabled YouTube notifications, 10%.
holy shit, where do you see that?
Subscribers, yes, subscriber bell notifications. I've got subscribers who turned on all notifications for your channel, 17.6%. Subscribers who turn on all notifications and they have enabled YouTube notifications, only 10% of my subscribers have enabled YouTube notifications and have the bell on.
Where do you see that?
I got that. It's right above. It's if you go to age and gender, and then watch time from subscribers is right above that, and then above that is subscriber bell notifications.
Oh god, I'm so fucking stupid. All notifications 8.7%. All notifications and enabled YouTube notifications 5.5%.
Wow, that may be a big thing right there. So smashing that bell, really, really important. And having YouTube notifications turned on. So Felicia by Nature says, I had to unsub from PP, unfortunately, because I'm dumb as hell and somehow managed to unsub somewhere between June and now.
Oh, weird.
Yeah, it's quite. JL teaching boomers. I'd never taken a look at I'd seen the demographics before, but I did not realize recently how my demographics are like almost like 22, 20, like in that large area, which is kind of cool. I think that's kind of neat. Let's see. Okay, Jaloco. I've had you up before. We're prioritizing people who haven't been up yet. So Brenda Debates. Let me go ahead and bring you up.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon. How are you doing?
Technically, it's morning still here in tropical Minnesota.
Probably.
It's pretty warm up there. It's actually it's like what, towards the almost the end of October, and it's still 80 degrees here in Oklahoma. So
yeah, that's actually very sort of, it makes me anxious at like a deep level.
Right.
Because traditionally, growing up in Minnesota, I mean, September we would get snow, some snow, smattering of snow. By the end of October, we should be full into winter, and we never are anymore.
Yeah. Yeah. Is that wacky? It's almost like all the things we're saying about climate change are true. Goodness. So
it's Jew lasers from space doing that.
Weather control modification. They modified the hurricane to affect Florida turnout, right? So what you got for us today?
Not much. I was kind of just putzing around and thought I'd join and thought I'd raise my hand. Or I could ask Planet Peterson. I'm transgender, so how does he approach transgender arguments on on his channel. I mean, it seems to be. I get worried politically because I think we're going to be the first with the star on our jackets that be herded into these big buildings. But I'm kind of worried about that.
What? You
It was a
think
joke.
that?
It was a joke.
Oh, Jesus. Okay.
Yes, I think that we are the brunt of right wing bigotry, and if they could, yes, they would start herding people into barns.
Oh no, I don't think that at all. Well, I mean, if they could, I mean, you'll always be able to find some crazy person that thinks that way, but like the idea of the government doing that, no, I don't feel that way. I'm a pretty big supporter of the idea of the neoliberal. Well, it's not neoliberal, but the classical liberal idea of the state consolidating power and the wisdom of crowds, sort of guiding a moral framework in the in the general population. I mean, but there will always be crazy people. To be honest, I don't ever debate the trans thing. I really don't debate politics at all on my channel. It's just too toxic, and I just don't care to go there. And also the left is really intolerant of heterodoxy with things, and it just honestly doesn't seem worth my time.
I agree with you that the left is like that. I consider myself sort of just a traditional liberal Democrat.
Yeah, for the most part. Like I don't know. I did this one video on my channel where I talked about the reasons I really don't support Kamala Harris, and it's like people really hated me for putting that up, and so it just seemed like it was a bad idea to go there or whatever. I like talking about politics in terms of like where science has something to say about it, which is quite a lot of areas, I think. So I don't know. I actually did. I haven't uploaded it yet. I don't know when I'm going to get around to it, but I had a discussion with somebody about trans stuff the other day on TikTok, and his thing was kind of the idea of like the gender affirming care for minors, and like what would you call it? Like what would you call it? Like the modification surgeries, like a kid getting a mastectomy, he was saying like stuff like that really bothers him. And the way I basically went over it with him was, well, it's not like kids get into fads and things like this, but this issue really isn't like that. It's very extraordinarily rare. And from my understanding, it's only done when the healthcare provider and other people say, look, this is literally a matter of if we don't do this, it will decrease the quality of life for this person because it may be an extreme risk of suicide or something like that. And the other thing was like, it's extremely, extremely rare. There are only there's less than 2,000 kids in the entire country that are on puberty blockers from what I could find. And so anybody getting like cosmetic surgery, that's going to be an order of magnitude more rare than that as well. So anyways.
What about the politics of science? In addition to being anti, I guess, traditional liberal values, I think the current right in America is definitely anti-science. And I'm waiting for the first GOP candidate who will be a flat earther. I think that will be.
Oh man. They'll be in the House of Representatives probably fairly soon.
Yeah.
The amount of nutcases that are in the House. It's kind of funny. Like you can just be a degenerate piece of shit on either side and be in the House. The Senate, little bit higher standards. The presidency, I'm not sure if the standards for the presidency are higher than they are for the Senate or not. With Donald Trump in there, it seems like maybe not. But anyways, so your thing was like, am I concerned about the anti-scientific sentiments on the right wing?
Well, I guess yes, of course, because I think that large populations can kind of go crazy and become, obsessed with an idea that has no scientific basis, like flat Earth. Um, a, dis- a disturbing number of people in the United States believe in creationism anyway. I mean, that's pretty disturbing.
Yeah.
I think they might go after universities and schools.
I mean, I would say they kind of already are doing that to an extent. I don't know. I am, after reading Steven Pinker's book Enlightenment Now, I became a lot, and there are people have serious issues with like the way he framed things in there, but it made me more optimistic about things. So I can give you like a general example that the political right in this country, they've actually become, by their standards, extremely moderate on two really big issues, and it happened really quickly: gay marriage and climate change. They're not where we would want them to be. But if we think about the way things were 20 years ago versus the way they are now, it's like a night and like here, let me talk to the right real quick. I'm proud of you guys. It's like that kind of thing, like the condescending, like, hey, good for you. Still got work to do though.
Yeah, they pretty much accept gay marriage now, don't they? And
Yeah,
not all of them, but
well, I mean,
large bunch do.
Yeah. A lot of them are like, look, in my view, marriage is like a sacrament or like whatever from God. So I don't think that a gay couple is really married, but I don't think that they should be denied like the civil, like they'll say like they're married in name only, but they don't think, a lot of them think like the government shouldn't like be saying like you can't do it or whatever. And I'm basically like, fine. Like we can't just sit here and clutch our pearls and screech that that's not good enough, because all that's going to do is make them be like, oh, okay, well, fuck you even harder. And now I don't support anything, like it's a W basically. It's not a satisfactory W, but it's technically a W. So I say, just take it.
I definitely agree. Cause I grew up, basically my teens were in the 70s. Right. And it was pretty bad. It was, I, for instance, went to a gender clinic and was given a piece of paper by my psychologist, actually, there's a difference, given a piece of paper saying that I was being treated and that I had a right to cross-dress. And that was in case I got arrested by the police for cross-dressing in public.
Wow. Yeah.
That's going to happen today. Not going to happen today.
Yeah. I remember there was this very famous, she was from France. I think she was from Paris. She was, this is like in the really late 1800s, early 1900s. And she was one of the most important pioneering scientists in the field of archaeology. I can't remember her name, but she was different. I don't think she was trans. Maybe if she lived today, she may have identified as either, I don't know, like non-binary or something. But like her big thing was she wore jeans, like she wore pants, and it was illegal for women to wear pants in France back then. But she was such a revered figure that basically they carved out a legal exception for her. It's this really weird story.
No, I remember that pretty much as you say. I can't remember her name either. Yeah. But a lot of prominent literary figures in the 19th century were either were gay and had to hide it. They had to hide it. It's gotten a lot better.
Yeah. So I don't know. There's too much. I think the right is much worse at fear mongering and appealing to emotions, but I think the left kind of does it too. And what people don't understand is, as flawed as America is, it's a pretty decent place. Even for, people like you or whatever. Like, I don't remember which country it is, but one of the Central American countries has the highest rate of transgender homicides on the planet. It's like literally the most dangerous place in the world for them. And it's like, yeah, we are better than that. And like, we have a lot of work to do and we're not good enough. But I think people fail to look at things on sort of a little bit more of a global perspective or level. Which kind? I'm gonna look that up.
Do you have a lot of? Do you have a lot of? You're a biology teacher, right?
I've taught everything. My best subjects are biology, earth science, which includes a little bit of astronomy and anatomy, physiology. I'm pretty decent in chemistry too, I guess.
So I say that most of your debates are about evolution.
I think that's the most common one. Evolution, religion, creationism, flat Earth. Yeah.
Have the creationist arguments gotten any better?
I don't think so. They've definitely. I don't want to say this. They've evolved, but I think the way they evolve is they just get more convoluted, like presuppositionalist apologetics. All of the crap that they used to try to pull doesn't work anymore because it's too even they know it's too stupid. So they go to these like extremely esoteric and hard to follow lines of argumentation. The flat Earth community definitely does this with stuff like, well, we see in hyperbolic geometry, right? I was like, oh, and that proves fucking what exactly? They're just trying to see if they can say something you've never heard of before. And for creationism, they like how it's gone into like fine tuning and intelligent design and genetic entropy. Their arguments have evolved, but they're still really bad. The problem is it takes somebody that knows a lot to be able to explain why a lot of what they're saying is stupid, which is what I'm here for.
That's good. I don't really have anything else.
Okay.
Cool. Thank you so much for Brendan for coming up.
Joe.
Absolutely. All right. You have a great one. We'll catch you on the next. All right. And I think that I don't believe the science may have gotten it figured out. We're going to try this one more time. Set the invite. See if that works.
I'm going to do that song that they do when they're revealing the Krabby Patty secret formula. Da 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 da. I think that's really close to how it actually goes. I do remember he takes the breath, but
that Wendy, and it was funny that Wendy's is doing that SpongeBob like promotion thing where they have the crab. It's literally just their standard burger with Thousand Island on it. That's all it is. And so
Big Mac.
I said it to a friend of mine. He was like, "So it's a Big Mac." It's pretty much what it is. All right. Unfortunately, that didn't work with I Don't Believe the Science. Jaloco, I see you with your hand up still. Give me just a moment. And Zemanuel is a new face. Come on up. Another person who was server muted. Why am I fixing all these server mutes?
Hello?
There you go. Can you hear us?
Yeah.
How's it going? What do you got for us today?
What is the topic? Stage of reason? What is the specific topic?
No specific topic in general, but we like to talk to believers about what they believe and why. If they happen to be like, if they believe like in a particular God, or they have a particular religion or science. If you have questions or things that you or whatever me are questions for us or.
Oh, okay. So it's a religious intention.
Typically, where it goes, yeah, we talk about these things as far as like theology, philosophy, well, wherever it goes. Are you a believer of some stripe?
Yeah, I'm a Christian. I'm a Catholic.
Catholic. So I guess we would just kick off. We just kick it off with the basic question. So why? So you believe in a God? Why? Why do you believe in a God? What convinced you that a God exists to believe in?
Oof. It's a big question, but I think to me it's self-evident. I don't know. It's like asking me, how do I know I'm alive? And it's like, I don't know. It's kind of like everything indicates God to me.
So
it's kind of like you can't it's an unavoidable conclusion, I think, from everything, our experience, our lives, our conscience, the universe, the beauty, the colors, the sounds, everything. Like there's a creative mind behind it, and we know that because we understand what we are, and therefore we can understand
Right.
where we come from.
So in all of that, I think you pretty much referenced every single argument for God, like the transcendental, ontological, all the other various arguments, cosmological as well. So let me just like ask you this first question: Is it logically possible? Is it logically possible for there to be no creator entity? Do you think is that a logical possibility? Do you think?
What do you mean logical possibility?
So is it okay? So when I talk about logical possibility, meaning that a thing is logically possible if its truth, if it being true doesn't entail a logical contradiction. So is it logically possible that is it logically possible for this universe to exist as we interface with it, as we observe it, for all of this to exist and no God exists? Do you think that do you agree that is a logical possibility?
For something to exist without, I don't know, to be honest. I haven't thought about that. For something to exist without it being created.
For the universe to exist as a result of natural unguided processes, no agential intentionality behind the universe, that this universe, as we understand it, to the limited degree that we do understand the totality of it, is it logically possible that there is no God?
I don't know, to be honest. I haven't thought about that too much. It seems to me that you either have. Well, actually, no. It's like I said. It's unavoidable, right? It's like saying 1 + 1 = 2, right? It's like asking, I don't know. Can something just have no reason, rhyme or reason? I don't know. Like it's like trying to ask.
Well, okay, so when we're talking about reason, it's really important that we parse out if we're talking about mechanistic reason or if we're talking about agential reason. So, like, does a thing exist for a specific purpose, or does something exist because it is the result of something else? So, for example, in looking at it from the evidence that we have, life exists on this planet, including humans. All life exists on this planet because that life is a result of the natural forces that allowed it to develop. And it developed in the way it did on this planet by virtue of the environmental factors, of the forces, the unguided forces that determined what that life would look like. And what we call natural selection in that respect. Now, that doesn't assume.
I think you're assuming that too much. Assuming a lot of things that I disagree with.
Well, okay, so what am I assuming exists that I don't have access to?
You're assuming a lot about life.
Like what?
You're saying that.
Well, I'm acknowledging it. I'm acknowledging it exists, right?
Exists. What did you say? The reason life exists is what exactly? What did you say?
That life exists on this planet because it is the result of unguided natural forces that allowed it, that basically set the circumstances that allowed it to that allowed it to develop. That we are a result of natural unguided forces. Essentially, life is a product of the universe. If you think of the universe like a big ass laboratory, okay, but there's no scientist, and things are interacting with one another. Chemicals interact, particles interact like this. Under the right circumstances, life can develop as a result of chemical interactions, which is what DNA is, what life is. It's chemistry. It's all chemical. So when these chemicals interact in a specific way, under the right circumstances, life can develop from that. Now, the continuation of that life is also dependent upon a number of other factors, environmental factors, what we call natural selection pressures and stuff like that, as to what that life, if that life will continue on and what that life will invariably look like along the way. But evolution itself doesn't have a goal. Abiogenesis doesn't have a goal. There's no goal to create life. Life results because the conditions allow for it.
I
Okay?
appreciate you
Yeah.
telling me the story that you're telling me, but I disagree. I think that
Okay. So my question then is, in what I'm explaining,
because I think you're assuming that, like, I think you're assuming that life is like this kind of thing that you can just sort of say, well, it just happened, right? It's just something that happens.
no,
right?
no.
Like,
Well,
life is not
okay,
just something that happens.
not
right?
so much. It's something that can happen because it is
Why? Why is that something that should be able to happen?
Oh,
Why?
because the chemicals that because the elements that construct us, the basic elements, the basic 5 elements that all life is composed of, all life on this is essentially what it is.
Yeah, but you could have had.
Hang on, Manuel. All life on this planet is composed of 5 basic elements. Okay, those 5 basic elements are in ready supply all around the universe. Okay, so the idea is this: without multiplying our entities unnecessarily, we look at, here are 5 elements that are in ready supply. Here is life that is composed of those 5 elements, and we know that those 5 elements are highly reactive with one another under the appropriate circumstances, and those circumstances can come about at various stages. So the thing is, I'm not assuming that something exists that I don't have access to. Everything that I'm addressing, everything that I'm referencing, I have access to. So it's not an assumption of naturalism. It's simply saying that we can assume things, but we can't incorporate those into the explanation until we can demonstrate that we have access to them. Okay?
I'm sorry. I kind of like that went over, a lot of it went over my head. I think that, like, you're saying that, like, we have these elements, but
Right.
we could have easily not had these elements, or we
Right,
could have
exactly.
easily, like,
Exactly, yes.
So like, it's kind of inconsequential, right? Like what you're saying, because
yeah, I'm saying that life
again,
is
life
yeah.
is not something that, like, you can put together in a lab, or as you're suggesting, right? Like,
Well,
it's
that's
not
necessarily true. The issue being with origin of life research right now is that we don't know the exact circumstances of, like, life, the exact circumstance, the exact environmental circumstances of the planet 3.5 billion years ago. That's just, yeah, it's so far in the past. Like, we can only surmise.
Abiogenesis. I feel like we're going in a tangent. Like, what I'm saying is that life itself, the idea of life itself, something that is driven by purpose, right? Like, because
what purpose?
All animals have a purpose, right? And
no.
You're saying
all animals. No, you're saying that all animals have a purpose.
You said unguided, right? But how does that make sense if all life is guided?
Manuel, you said that all life has a purpose.
Yeah.
Okay, what purpose does life serve?
It depends on what animal you're asking. Right?
So that is just, like, for example, that is just literally falling into a biological niche. Okay, whatever.
It depends what animal you're asking. If you're asking the bacteria, I would imagine their purpose is to survive, reproduce, replicate.
But that's what life does. That's not its purpose. That's what it does.
Well, no, like, that is its purpose.
Purpose. No, that's its function. That's what life does. The function of life. Yeah, that's function, it's not the same. No, they're not the same. They're not the same. No, Mental, they're not the same. There is very specific connotation. Implication by utilizing those two terms. The function of life is that it is literally that it propagates. That's what DNA does. It's a self-replicating molecule. Okay?
Yeah, it wants to replicate. Yeah.
It doesn't want to replicate. It does replicate under the appropriate circumstances.
Right.
No, because if you take a bacteria and you kind of, I don't know, deprive it of resources, or if you take
then the circumstances
any
change and it
living
can no longer
form,
propagate, right?
any living form, and it does things to, it changes itself. It does things. It does things to increase its likelihood of survival. It kind of like makes decisions.
No, it's not
you
making
know.
decisions. It's not making a decision. It is reacting to external stimuli. That's what life does. Life reacts
Yeah,
to
well,
external
what's the
stimuli,
difference?
and through the
What's the
process of
difference?
through the prop, okay, reacting to things just as a result of like, okay, when if you get if,
Like bacteria will travel to to scavenge for resources.
but
They
no,
will
but yeah,
travel.
no,
They
no, no,
will
but
they
hang on a
will
second, hang
do
on a second.
things. They
No, but
have a
hang on, but
purpose.
Manuel,
They're
Manuel, hang
directed
on, hang
towards
on, hang
something.
on. But why are they? But no, but the bacteria is not simply saying the bacteria is not going like, gee, like I need to go find some more rich resources. I will. No, the bacteria is reacting to the lack of resources
It's not just
around it.
mindlessly that's not what that's not what like life. It's not just like mindlessly doing things. It's doing things for a
Bacteria have
purpose.
no mind.
Yeah,
so
bacteria don't
just
have a
there.
mind. They don't have brains.
So
Yeah,
let me,
but you know what I
let me-
mean. It's clearly like a directive. Like you could say it's like
No.
it's like robotic,
it's
right?
no.
Well,
Okay,
that's
let
true.
me
You could
let
say
me
it's
let me let me
instinctual.
come in here.
Go ahead, Peterson. Go ahead.
You could say like a bacteria
on.
is like robotic, right? Like kind of like
Yep.
a
So are we.
robot.
So let me just so we have on planet Earth there are
What do you mean?
trees. Trees are made of wood. On planet Earth there are termites. Termites digest wood. So what do you think makes more sense? Termites evolved to be able to take advantage of the fact that wood exists and be able to digest it, or a god created trees and then was like, well, I better make.
Sorry, could you repeat the first one?
What did you hear?
Sorry, the experiment. I was distracted by something. Could you repeat the first part?
I'm just going to start over. So, what do you think makes more sense? There are trees. Trees are made of wood. Termites, insects exist on our planet, and then termites, some of them specifically evolved to be able to digest wood to take advantage of the fact that that resource exists. Or a god created trees, and then that god was like, well, I should probably make a thing that eats wood, right? And then created termites. One of these things is baked with teleology, the second thing. The reason things do what they do is because they were made to do what they do. The other thing is just an inevitable consequence of evolution and natural selection, which is an unguided process.
So what's the dichotomy? It's like
Which one of those things do you think is the more reasonable explanation?
What I think is, I wouldn't, to be honest, I wouldn't put it into either of those terms. In terms of like simplistic kind of like, well, God just created things. Well, you have to understand that, like, we observe living things doing things that they do, that they need to do in order to survive, right? And life is very adaptable, like termites, maybe they don't have to eat wood, maybe they can survive on other things, right? And termites is it's I started out, you notice I started out with bacteria, but as you kind of increase the level of hierarchy in the food chain, you start to notice that, like, yes, indeed, life is not something you can just say, well, it just kind of happens. Like, things don't just happen, right? Like, nothing just happens.
Yes, they
No, nothing just happens.
What does that
Nothing
even
just
mean?
What do you mean? What does that even mean? Like, so when
Okay,
a beaver goes to fetch wood, it's just happening, right? It's not because it wants to build a dam to prevent the water flow. It's because it just happens, right? It's just like doing shit.
Yes.
Like, we can't make sense of it. Like, that's retarded. I'm sorry. And I'm sorry for the language.
Man,
you can feel that way. That's fine. Why do you think that dinosaurs existed?
Yeah, of course.
Do you think an asteroid killed them?
Huh?
Do you think an asteroid was largely responsible for them
I don't
going
know.
extinct?
I'm not a paleontologist, but that's what they say, right?
Okay,
And
do you
that's
think
where
that
it's
that
okay
happened?
magical.
Do you think that that happened for a reason?
Probably.
Okay, well, then I don't know what to. So do you think that God sends natural
I mean, you
disasters
could
to this
say that
planet
gravity,
intentionally?
yeah, of course, and look, you can even say that like
Right.
the gravity attracted the asteroid, right? Just like
Yeah,
our
but
solar
that's just
system.
something happening in accordance with the laws of nature, not for a reason, a teleological reason.
And what do you mean precisely by teleological reason? Because I feel like we can
I
say
mean,
that
it happened because of a goal or a predetermined outcome that is desired to be sought out. This is also called orthogenesis. With respect to evolution, it's called
yeah, and
orthogenesis.
how like let me ask you this. Like you observe in your day-to-day, you observe things happening, right? Like
Yeah.
what in your limited experience of however many years you have on this earth, like if you look at like because I'm looking at the bigger picture, right? I'm looking at all of reality with a 360 view of things, right? And you're saying, well, I just see things happening, right? And I can't see the end goal of that, and I can't see what the ultimate cause is, right? I'm just going to assume that it happens for no reason whatsoever, right? Like there's absolutely no kind of like see, and that's my problem with an atheist. Like they're so narrow-minded, they think that their life is sufficient to kind of explain all of reality. The short 30 years or 40 years here on earth, it's like, yeah, like I don't, it's definitely not confirmation bias, right? Like I'm looking at all of humanity throughout time, you know, the millions of generations of humans, right? Like that's the sort of perspective you have to have if you're going to talk about something as big as God, which is literally the creation of everything,
all right,
every
all right.
single grain of sand, every single
Manuel. We
human
get it. We get
being.
it. Manuel, we get it. Here's the problem with
Yeah.
that. Here's the problem.
So
You're number one. You're making statements about atheists that are demonstrably false in that respect. If it was a true statement, I'm just gonna lay this out right now. If the statement a God exists was a true statement, that is something I would want to know because I am more interested in the truth than I am in believing things for no reason. Okay, I would want to know that for a fact because if I know that for a fact, if I know
I'm
that to be
glad. That's good.
if I know that to be true, then I can then move on to asking asking the logically entailed questions. You know, what is it doing? What is its purpose? What does it want? Is it worthy of worship or even basic respect? Yada yada yada. I can go on from there. Okay. So it's not about like assuming that there is nothing there. Okay. The whole point is
I
the
think it
issue that
is,
you
to be
no
honest,
no
for a
no
lot
there
of atheists,
if I
maybe
can
not for
fit
you,
it
but
was Manuel if I can finish. The issue is this, and I'll ask you very very simply: can you demonstrate that a God exists?
yeah. Well, again, it's kind of a the question itself. Can I demonstrate? Like, what do you mean demonstrate? Can I
All
show
right.
you God out of my
Really.
pocket?
So no, really simple. Okay. You make the statement that a God exists. Okay. Now,
Yeah.
I'm not going to make assumptions about you, but I don't want to make assumptions about you, or your education, but there are very, very specific there are very specific entailments, logical entailments to making that statement. When you say that a thing exists, okay, you're acknowledging that it has met the criteria to say that it exists. One of those criteria is that you can demonstrate that it exists independent of mind and context. And the other criteria is that it has substance and it has the quality of realness in that respect. But that's the whole point. If you're saying that the thing exists, you automatically invoke the laws of logic that it is what it is and is not what it is not, that it itself is distinguishable from all the things that are not it. Okay. So if you can, my question is then, can you demonstrate that to be the case? Because if you can't, or if you're defining the
What
God
do you
as
want me
something,
to do? What do you want me to do to demonstrate it? Like, what would be? Let me ask you this question, right? Because this is a question that atheists can never seem to answer, in my opinion.
oh, I love these.
What would be a reasonable? I'm not asking what would it take for to convince you. I'm asking what would be a reasonable demonstrate? What would a reasonable demonstration look like
The
for
first,
someone to
the
believe
first
that a
step,
god exists?
the first step would be a predictive model that makes accurate predictions utilizing the god.
Okay, you're already like kind of like what do you mean predictive model?
I usually ask for a McChicken, but your God has never given me one.
Literally, do you know what a
Well,
predictive
God,
Manual?
that's where you're wrong. God,
Manual.
God has
God
given me a
biased
McChicken.
God is biased towards Burger King. I'm sorry, mate. Like,
Okay,
you're
ask.
kind of-
Okay, could you ask your God to put a Whopper right here? I'll become Catholic again. The
I don't know
moment
if you're
it
that
happens.
lucky. Don't push your luck, mate. Like,
So, Manual.
asking a little too
So
much.
you
I
won't
think.
do it?
Manual.
It's asking a little too much, I think. A Whopper, come on, dude.
Manual. Do you know what a
A being of infinite incomprehensibility can't make a Whopper. This is
Okay,
not
it's a
a
joke,
being
it's a
worth
joke.
worship or believing in.
Right.
All right.
So Manual.
Oh.
Do you know what a predictive model is?
No, but like, you're wasting time. You're not doing anything.
You're hot micing, dude.
He's not doing anything either.
I'm
So, man,
procrastinating.
do you know? Do you know what a predictive model is?
Yeah, I have an idea, but what do you mean by it?
Okay, so to develop a predictive model, okay, we basically say that if this thing is true, then if X is true, then Y will be true. Okay, so we use the statement, like we say, like, okay, if the God exists, and these are the circumstances of the God's existence, then we should be able to predict that Y will occur with some pretty solid accuracy. A good example of this is our understanding of orbital mechanics back in the day allowed us to predict a planet where no planet had been observed, okay, due to permutations in another planet's orbit. And I always mix them up. It's Uranus and Neptune is what it is. So the prediction, I believe, of Uranus, we predicted that there was a planet there that was causing a perturbation in the orbit of Neptune, even though we'd never seen another planet there. We're like, whoa, we got a weird permutation. So if our predictions are correct, if our understanding of orbital mechanics is right, and gravity, and everything, how this all plays out, then there should be another planet causing a perturbation in Neptune's orbit. If that prediction is correct, then if we look at this point in space at this specific time, at this specific angle, we will see a planet. The question is if everything we know is right. And so then at the predicted time, we look, there's a planet. That's how a predictive model works. Another good one is how we discovered Tiktaalik. If everything we understand about evolution is correct, if everything we understand about the geologic column is correct, if everything we understand about radiometric dating is correct, we use this multifaceted, all these fields, all these multiple fields together to create a predictive model that if we are right, then we predict that we will find this organism that looks like this at this level in the geologic column at this place on the planet. We go there, we dig, we find it because we predicted where it would be, even though we'd never seen it before. That's a predictive model. Now,
so
if
you're talking about like a theory, a scientific theory.
No, I'm saying
predictive
models help to establish scientific theories. They do. But I'm asking you, if your God exists,
you're talking about science, like what is empirical science have to do with theology?
Okay. We can go this route because even if you can define your God as being existing outside of nature and it is supernatural in nature, it cannot be explained by naturalistic laws.
Well, no. Let me challenge you.
I'm not finished. If you want to
you've
assert,
been yapping for a bit.
That's because it's my fucking stage. So if you want to assert that your God exists and it is defined as being outside of nature, meaning that it cannot be described or being defined by naturalistic laws, you still make the assertion that your God created everything. And so it created the set of things that are natural, which implies or logically entails that there is an interface of your God with the naturalistic world. It is a supernatural thing interacting with the natural world. If you can indicate,
interacts with, the mind interacts with the body.
But that doesn't require.
The mind
Manual,
but we observe.
That doesn't require a God. You need to show the mechanistic
Yeah.
relationship
Well,
between the
I'm
God
just giving you an
and the
analogy.
natural world. That's not an analogy, because we understand via neuroscience and functional MRIs that there is a direct correlative and causative
No.
relationship
I'm
between
talking about like how you. Okay, let me give you.
we understand implicitly via neurophysiology, neuroscience, that there is a direct correlation and causative relationship between the matter of the brain, the physical matter of the brain, and mental phenomena. There are even predictive models that indicate that if we change the brain in a particular way, that you will not be able to do certain mental phenomena. So, no, you don't get to appeal to a god there. That's not an analogy. You need to show the mechanistic relationship between the god itself and the natural world, and you need to do that without begging the question.
Okay. Thanks for muting me. You're a little heated. You know, we can take it back to
Because you
a
keep
normal
interrupting
tone.
me. Because you keep interrupting me.
Okay, well, I apologize if I keep interrupting me. I didn't mean to do that, but you know, we don't need to kind of like lower the volume, lower the tone. You know, like I'm
all
calm.
that
You know,
when you do
just
that, when you do
chill out.
that, when you
Chill
do
out.
that, all that tells me is that you're only interested in your turn to speak, and you're not actively listening to what I'm saying, which means you are not interested in actually anything we have to say. You
I am.
just
I am.
you
I am.
just
I am
you
interested in
just
what you have
want
to
to, you
say.
just want to preach.
Yeah, I am interested in what you have to say. In fact, like I would like to
Okay.
address everything you've said, and as a to show you that I
Okay,
have been
so can
listening.
you demonstrate that your
Well,
God
you said three
exists?
things, right? You said, if I gather your points, you said three things. Well, first, you said that I need to provide a predictive model in order to demonstrate God. That was the first
That
thing
would
you
help.
said. The
Yes, that
second
would
thing,
go a long way. That would go a very long way. Yes.
the second thing you said was a response. We can start there. Let's start there. You know, the predictive model issue. So there's a kind of I believe this is a kind of sort of colloquial sort of what's the word I'm looking for? A colloquial or maybe surface level understanding of how rational thinking works, right? Like people nowadays, there's this kind of plebeian understanding that like science, capital S science, quote unquote, is kind of like the only method to ascertain what's when something is considered like true, right? But of course, like you know, this is self-evidently false, right? Like
No, it's not. It's not
not
self-evidently false.
everything is amenable to the scientific method, right?
No,
Like
that's not what
the
I'm saying
idea that we
either.
have to
No, Manuel,
hypothesize.
you are way off the reservation. This is not an
Okay,
assumption
okay.
of naturalism. This is not an assumption that the only
I'm not saying it's naturalism. I'm saying the methodology,
Okay.
methodological naturalism.
Okay, but here's
I'm
the
saying the
problem. Here's the
methodology is
problem.
not a universal methodology for acquiring truth, right? And we know this from basic experience, right? Like we know, for example, that some things are true, which by definition cannot be subjected to the empirical methods of science, right?
No, there are things that no. That's not
Like
the
not everything that it like if I not everything needs to be predicted in order for it to be something. If I have an idea, the idea doesn't necessarily have to make any predictions, right? In order for it to be true.
Okay, but here's the problem. Here's
Um,
stop, because you're running off on a tangent and you're not actually saying anything. Okay?
I'm trying to. I'm not done yet. I let you talk. Let me talk.
What you're doing, Manuel, is you are literally
Jesus, you're
that
such a
you
spag,
what you
dude.
are
You're such
doing
a
is
fucking autist.
you
Like,
are
let me.
what
Like, I'm
if
not.
you
I wasn't
if
finished.
all you've got is fucking insults, I don't care. What you're doing is prevaricating to buy time to try and figure out some kind of a response. Your intellectually honest answer is you don't have one, or you don't know, which is okay. All right. You're making assumptions about science. You're making assumptions about the methodology. We're not talking about you conceptualize things, because it seems to be that you were trying to conflate the things that exist concretely and things that are abstractions. Okay. Yes, you can conceptualize a God. You can conceptualize it in a number of ways. That doesn't mean that it exists concretely independent of your mind. That's the problem. If you cannot demonstrate that the God exists independent of your mind, you cannot make statements about it that you are then saying are concrete. You can't do that. You're essentially referring to an abstract conceptualization that exists only in your mind and then asserting that it exists concretely with no demonstration. Okay? Now, if you want to take your conceptualization, your abstraction of a God, and develop a predictive model off of it, that's something we'd be looking forward to. Because can you use your conceptualization to create a predictive model that predicts something that occurs in the universe without begging the question? You're unmuted.
That's crazy, dude. Like, you're crashing out, bro. Like, you're seriously crashing out.
I will
Like,
kick you the fuck off this stage.
Out.
I will kick you the fuck off this stage if you cannot answer the question.
You're okay. All right. Like, I get it. It's your stage. You're the big boy here.
This
you
is
have
your
the
chance.
power
This
here.
is your chance. Give us your
You're the
predictive
big
model.
boy here. Like, you have the, all right.
You're still not answering.
You're still not answering.
Yeah. Well, dude, like, let me get a word in. All right.
You got so many words in, and none of them were an answer to the question.
Oh my god, dude, kill it.
You're still not answering the question.
Like
I didn't. Oh, okay. Oh, I didn't mean at that time. He just bailed, so I don't know what happened there.
Okay. I gotta go. Unfortunately,
that's
but
okay. Yeah, it's a little after
we did a
1.
solid 3 hours.
Hell yeah. So, thank you, Planet Peterson. Thank you for hanging. This was a blast.
Oh, you're welcome.
I appreciate it. Everybody in the live chat, check out Planet Peterson. He's going to be tagged in the description here, and so you can check out his channel. Go over there, give him a sub. Be sure you turn the bell on. Enable notifications. So that way we can get that number up from 5%. So we can get that up. So, so people are checking this stuff out. So we love y'all. Thank you, Planet Peterson. You rock. Looking forward to the next stuff, dude. All right. Good dude. Absolutely good dude. All right. Well, it's a little after 1. I think that was entertaining as hell, and I think that was Planet Peter's got to punch out. But I got a couple people with their hands up. Real quick, I'm going to bring up Jaloko real quick, so I don't want to. I got time. Typically, we go till 2, so I've got a little bit of time. So Jaloko, what's going on, dude?
Hey, man. No, I removed him. He told you to KYS. So I had to.
Oh, he did. I had him muted.
Yeah. No. He when he was over talking Planet Peterson, he said KYS.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, he did. Like twice.
Wow.
Yeah, you both were talking, but I have mod ears, so.
I did not know that he violated TOS when he did that. Yeah, apparently he told me to KYS. So wow.
Yeah, he did. Yes, he did. Yeah, he was getting frustrated because he couldn't answer the question. That's what happens when you nail trolls down. So I actually never asked you. What is your stance on mereological nihilism?
Okay, you say that again. Well, sorry, I was typing my my YouTube page into the deal. You said
yeah, no problem. Mereological nihilism.
Mereological nihilism?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm familiar with epistemic. I'm familiar with moralistic. Okay, educate me, dude.
Mereological nihilism is like the philosophical view that objects with parts do not truly exist, that only like the fundamental partless entities exist in themselves. So, for instance, a ship of Theseus, right? The ship of Theseus is not an actual ship because it's consistent. It has quirks, right? And the quirks are the fundamentals. So it's technically the ship itself doesn't exist. We only call it a ship as a placeholder for its form, I guess.
Huh. I can see how someone could come to that conclusion. I would say that seems more cynical than is necessary, but I see how someone could get there.
Well, I was just wondering because I was actually having an argument with MPX. I'm sure you've talked to MPX before.
Yeah, a couple times.
Yeah. So he believes in mereological nihilism, and we're having a whole discussion, and I didn't know, maybe you might have some insight on it. But essentially, what I argued is that the problem with mereological nihilism is that it can't explain emergence. So like mereological nihilism, so like the phenomena where like wholes would like exhibit properties that like their individual parts do not possess. Like for example, like consciousness arises from like complex neural interactions in the brain, yet like no single neuron or particle is going to possess the conscious experience itself. Like similarly, I guess like wetness is a property of water, but like not of individual H2O molecules themselves. So like
Right.
these emergent properties would like suggest that certain wholes are not reducible to their fundamental components, which I would think would undermine the idea that partless entities exist. And like, you know, composite objects must be acknowledged as more than just collections of particles. Like
Okay,
that
yeah.
that
Just
was my that was my rebuttal to
yeah,
it.
turn it on in my head. Now, someone in my live chat just based Fern Love Bond says, "I thought water wasn't wet, but it makes things wet." So, like,
Yeah.
it's not the water itself that's wet. It is that you get the property of being wet from interacting with the collection of H2O molecules.
Right.
That wetness, the wet, like the I guess the state of wetness is a result of the interaction of an object or of something else with
Right, it's an
H.
emergent
Right,
property of of the H2O molecules, right? And
right.
that's what I was saying. The wetness itself is still a thing, right? That is emergent of the H2O
The interaction.
right.
Right.
So wetness itself must exist, right? That's essentially what I was arguing. And then he kind of went into like lower order emergence, kind of like a soft emergence, if you're familiar with that.
A little bit. Like I said, I think in this respect, I think ultimately, I think it creates a problem where there is no problem.
There
You
is no
know,
what? I'm sorry, cut out.
it creates a problem where there's no real problem. Is where I kind of view it. It's like we can parse things out to like these brass tacks, but doing so doesn't really tell us anything additional about the universe.
Yeah, you know, and it's an interesting like thought experiment. I mean, it
Yeah.
is one of those things where it's just kind of like, you know, that's cool to think about. But like I don't think it would change, yeah, like you said, very much in
Right.
the way of how we understand things.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Pretty
no,
much it.
I was just curious because like I had a whole conversation and then just so
Yeah, I'm
I
not
didn't know if you
cynical.
had
I'm
a
not
stance on
cynical
it.
like I say with Nietzsche. I'm not cynical enough to stop at the nihilism. I do believe that the Ubermensch is a possible thing, and I'm not so cynical to think that human beings could never do it. I just think that that path is arduous and very, very hard. So, but like, it takes a certain level of cynicism to try and deconstruct to this point, and
Yeah.
I'm not there. I'm not saying I could never be there where I'm so cynical. I'm just like, nothing mattered. No, like, it's just silly in that respect.
We're all just dust in the wind.
Yeah, I'm not like Dr. Manhattan up in this bitch where it's just kind of like, what is the will? Like Sylvia Plath, like, what is the point? Nothing matters. Molecules in motion. There is, it's like it ultimately it's meaninglessness. It's just like, no, there's still something there. Go read Watchmen if you
Right.
anybody out there who wants to further elucidate on that.
Yeah, The Watchmen is it's a good show. But
Yeah.
yeah, no, I was just it was just an interesting thing to bring up for you. At the time I raised my hand, nobody was wanting to talk, so I figured I'd come in and break the ice.
Cool. All right, I appreciate that. I got John Mayo with his hand up, and he's had his hand. He's been waiting to get his stuff together so he can come up and talk. Was that going to be it for Jalico?
Yeah. That's it for me.
Cool. And I appreciate you modding. Like that. I didn't hear the guy say that. He's too busy trying to run his mouth. So, John, looks like you got your hand up. I think you might be the last one that last person we speak to today. So you're invited. How's it going?
Okay, I'm doing good. I don't. I'm hoping everything is working now. Yes. Okay. Yeah. No, I mostly just wanted to come up because there was an interesting conversation. So I raced to get everything ready to be able to come up, and then, ta-da! Everything is rounding off. So that's just comical. But no. I had things that I wanted to insert into the conversation, but it was. I have no point to make personally. I just had things I wanted to insert into the conversation, because you guys were discussing like trans issue and politics, all this good stuff that I wish I could talk about on Discord more often. But every time we get into these discussions, someone always goes, "Let's not talk about politics," and the conversations get shut down for good reason. For good reason, for the sake of just keeping everyone happy and conversational on the internet. And I was just like, you know what? Now I can jump in and actually give my thoughts on populism and why it's harmful to the whole of the universe. But mostly I just raised my hand right now just to have done it, because I spent all this time setting everything up, and now I'm sitting here with my proverbial dick in my hand, not knowing what to do. So yeah.
All dressed up. Yeah. So it
all
was
dressed up.
I wish it hadn't turned into that. I thought that could have been grounds for a solid conversation, but I didn't know if he was going to, I didn't hear him descend into trolling like that one particular cat. I thought that was going to be the best conversation we were going to have of the day. And it just quickly turned into a shit show. I wanted to get that conversation to was, you're asserting that a thing exists, but you can't demonstrate that you have access to it. You're simply saying so ostensibly he's begging the question. Whereas in the naturalistic,
it's the teapot. Yeah, it's the teapot argument. There is a thing. I can't prove that it's there, but I'm telling you it is there.
Exactly.
And that's the problem. And that does sort of saturate. Talking of water and things being wet, that does saturate through so many things that I find in this sphere, because one of the reasons why I enjoy all of these conversations equally, whether it's discussion about the anti-vaccine movement of the 1700s, or flat Earth, or just religion in general, all this other, is that they all have this sort of element, or so when you get to the damaging parts of the arguments there, because there is fair discussion to be had on all of these topics there.
Yeah.
But the damaging part of it is when one side, and we know which side that is in all these arguments there, will tend to do that teapot argument of, I'm going to suggest a thing that you can't prove or disprove, and that'll be that's the hill I die on with my argument. If you can't disprove me on this thing that is impossible to prove or disprove, then I shall call myself the winner. That's what people tend to do, and that's the damaging part of it there.
Or even one of my favorite responses is that if you can't provide a sufficient alternative, then you lose. Because I run into that a lot. Yeah, it's like you can't. It's like, oh well, I've asserted this, and they call it an explanation, and it's not an explanation. It's just a bald assertion. And then they say, if you can't supply something that based on evidence that answers all these questions that I am asserting my thing does, without explaining how it answers the questions, then you automatically lose. And it's like, no, I don't. I can say I don't know. If we don't currently know, but apparently, that doesn't work for them.
Yeah, I mean, you see it in every single one of these discussions. It's why I love getting into all of these discussions across the whole big wide spectrum. It's the most fun part of it all, but it's insane. But that's kind of what I wanted to go into, because there was lots of topics there that I wanted to put my 10 cents, my 2 cents in, my 10 cents first, because 5 different topics I was thinking about there. But yeah, and then as soon as I have everything ready, everyone just sort of goes and disappears into the ether again.
I knew. Typically we run for about 4 hours is typically how long I run this, but and we're almost there. Peterson had to dip out a little bit early. I know that he's got other stuff going on in his life, so I'm glad that he was able to stay as long as he did. But for future reference, I do this every third Sunday of every month. Okay. So every third Sunday of the month. So the next one will be November 17th. Will be the next one. And I may start doing it more often than that, because when we have the notification, these things tend to get pretty lively. So,
yeah. Well, I'm just thinking, because I was thinking about this earlier on my way here. That, I mean, if when the conversation turns to topics and stuff like that, to politics and that sort of stuff, there is a rather large event that is worthwhile discussing within the next couple of weeks. I think.
Oh yes, yeah, definitely.
If that's the sort of thing this can be a forum for, because it's always interesting to discuss that from my leftist, liberal, communist, European like position here.
You forgot Marxist. You forgot Marxist as well. You gotta throw that in too, just to hit all the buzzwords.
I thought I went past Marxist by calling myself communist.
Oh no. You can for the people here in America, like you got to hit them both, even though they don't understand that how the two you got to hit all the buzzwords together in a row. And trans, you got to go through trans affirming too. You got to go in there as well. So,
I'm a woke trans cuck. That's what I am essentially.
Woke trans communist Marxist liberal Democrat cuck. Yeah, that's beta cuck. I forgot beta as well. Beta cuck as well.
Yeah. But yeah. So I look forward to the conversation in November.
Absolutely, definitely.
Because that'll be fun, because I think there's going to be a lot to discuss, regardless of what happens in the next few weeks. And of course, some of us are all, we're all hoping for a certain outcome, whatever that outcome is. We might have different ideas of what the outcome should or shouldn't be. We're all hoping for an outcome at least.
Right.
So it'll be interesting to discuss that down the line. Yeah. If the conversation turns that way, it might not. Who knows? You have a wonderful open.
given the nature of this Discord server, I have no doubt that it will pop off. So.
Yeah, it's going to be fun, because I will. I'll leave with some actually substantive stuff there, because I watch, because I'm living in Sweden, but I'm originally from the UK, and it's quite often I see people from the UK, politicians primarily, or talking heads from the UK and the US, and they refer to the Scandinavian countries and their politics and their tax system here. I'm going to drop a tiny little piece of knowledge for everyone in your audience to take with you. I have, as best as I can, examined the United States tax system, the UK tax system, and the Swedish tax system. After working, there is a minimal difference between the taxes that people are paying between the countries. So anytime I hear that argument that, they're paying so much taxes, and it's not true. I want to leave that with you as if I can leave anything before I drop out of here, I want to leave that with you guys there, that is a fallacy. There. It is marginally higher. It is not greatly higher for the majority of people.
Okay.
I want to leave that one there. I want to leave that one there, because it's the one that I come across mostly when I'm talking about politics and comparing Sweden and the UK and that sort of thing there. It's one that turned up today. I was watching Maximilian Robespierre, his channel, and he's showing a clip from a I think it was a British one of the British news channels or whatever, and they were talking about this, and every time I hear it, I am screaming at the screen, going, "No, it's not. It is." There is a point in the tax bracket where, yes, it is true, where the taxes we pay in Sweden are massively higher than what you would pay in the UK or the US. There is a point. That point is well above and beyond what the majority of people are paying. For everyone like yourself, myself, or anyone else on this panel or in this audience, unless anyone here is a millionaire, it is not true. And that's the difference there. So it's yeah. In fact, what I found was the really funny thing was, because my method of comparison is the average McDonald's worker. So I take a high school educated 21-year-old working in McDonald's, and that's my measure for how much tax for when I'm comparing tax at the base level, because I figure that's a level for everybody there, working 38 hours a week. There, how much are they taking home? The Swedish worker and the US worker. The US worker is taking home slightly more than the Swedish worker at that level. However, the amount that the US worker is taking home at the end of those hours in the week there is roughly equal to what I could find was a pretty standard healthcare plan. That was the difference.
Huh.
That was the tiny difference there. So yeah, as in they're taking home exactly the same, except for this one difference. But that difference would pay for the 21-year-old US worker would pay for their healthcare. And that's the difference there. And that's why I find it so laughable every time this argument is thrown back on me in my European world of high taxes. But yeah.
That's
So,
all
yeah.
awesome. Appreciate that, dude. Big time.
Okay, yeah, but I'm looking forward to. But anyway, I'm going to stop. Otherwise, I'll sit here and I'll throw random facts at you because that is what is spinning around in my brain right now. And I'm going to leave it. I'm going to leave you with that one, and that is all. I am gone. I'm going to let you. Yeah, yeah.
I appreciate it, John.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Yeah, I know. But anyway, but thank you very much for the entertaining show, and I will be in your audience next time.
Absolutely. Thank you, bud. I look forward to seeing you. And of course, if you got, like I said, hit that bell notifications, you'll get the notifications for when I'm doing these live streams. Awesome. And I may be increasing them. I do them once a month, but I think I've got the time now. I may be able to do them maybe twice a month. So we'll definitely be having more of these conversations.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I look forward to it. Anyway, I'm going to drop out now, and I will wish you all the best.
All right. Thank you, John. You too. Take care.
Bye.
All right. Good stuff. Good stuff. All right. So it's about 1:30. Typically, take this forward. I see one person with their hand up. Light, I see you. I haven't spoken to you before, so let me go ahead and bring you up. I think I got time for one more. I got time for one more. I do. I got time for one more. Light, you're invited. But there might be a oh, nope, I guess not. All right. That's it. That's okay. So to everybody in the audience, I know we were a lot smaller than we normally are. We didn't get the, and I want to send out a huge, giant thank you to I Killed Earl in my live chat for trying to get us some more people in here by punching it out there. We didn't have a start event button when I kicked off the stage with Planet Peterson here. So we didn't get the audience that we usually get. We got to figure that out on the mod side. But thank you to I Killed Earl for helping out and getting people in here so that we could have these interactions. Thank you to Jaloco for modding from the audience. I do appreciate that, bud, and catching the stuff that I didn't hear. I do this. I run the Stage of Reason every third Sunday. If you look in the politics server, and the link for the politics Discord is down in the description of my channel. If you look at the events section, you'll see all the dates that we have scheduled for the Stage of Reason. You'll see those up there on the side at the very, very top. You'll see the events. And then we're in there for once a month. I may be increasing that. So I want a huge thank you to everybody in my live chat. Huge thank you to the audience here for everybody who hung out and listened. I hope you had a blast. This was a really fun one. I wish we'd gotten some more people, but it was great having Planet Peterson here. So definitely check out his channel. Go hit that subscribe and hit that bell. We just, I now realize how important that bell is. And make sure you have notifications turned on. So unless, of course, you have a problem with it, draining your battery. So just, let us know there. So thank you. This has been Stage of Reason, and we will see you all next month. Y'all be safe out there. And I actually realize now I don't have an end stage button either. So Jaloco, I don't have that. So all I can do is disconnect, and it's going to leave the stage up. So I actually don't have an end event. So yeah, we got to get with the mods. Y'all be safe. Take care. All right. Yeah, so he was telling me that Geeks is a troll. Yeah, he absolutely is. Absolutely is. All right, so that was the Stage of Reason. Oh, look at that. Taco did respond. Did you not have a start button? What the fuck? This supposed to be on it? Yeah. So Taco finally responded at 12:26. You didn't have a start button? Didn't have a start button. Oh, well, what are we going to do? All right, so this was fantastic. This was a good one. Thank you. A huge thank you again to Planet Peterson for coming out and hanging out with us. Hopefully, if we have him on again, if he wants to, we'll have a bigger audience with some more variety, and hopefully it'll come off a little bit better. This one was a little bit, lacking as far as not the best one we've had so far, but a really excellent guest. So I hope he'll join me again. I'm definitely further guests that are in the works. Hopefully one day we'll have the skeptic on. I hope that he can join me for one of these Stage of Reasons. It was an absolute blast. So I loved working with him on Truth Wanted. That was a really, really fun show. So, and thank you to everybody out there. Thank you for all the new memberships. We got some star deals coming in here. So Dr. Nimrod has been a member of the Godless Army for 26 months. Thank you so much. Super J Live has been a member for 19 months. Thank you so much there. Kevin Beeler became a new member of the Godless Army. Thank you, Kevin. And be sure to enjoy all those emojis that I made for you. And the badges. You get the channel badge. The longer you're a member here, that badge changes. And I modeled it after the expanding mind meme. So the longer you're with me, the more your mind expands. See what I did there? And thank you all very much for that support. And I think very soon I will be getting a new microphone. I think I need to fix it because if I move it or I jostle it, it goes out. So either it's a USB problem or it's a microphone problem. I don't know. But this microphone is pretty old. I've had it for quite a while. Had it for several years now, and I use it daily. So, maybe it's just wearing out. I have no idea. But a huge giant thank you to everybody. You all rock. I appreciate all the support. And I Killed Earl again. A giant thank you to you for pushing it out there on the server. So you rock as well. All right. Well, that's been pretty much it. We've got more content coming up. I have a new video. Like I said, I'm working on some of my own philosophical work, which is a little bit different and a little bit, risky because you're putting myself out there like that. But it's something new. It's something that makes me nervous. So I definitely have to do it. So you're looking forward to that. More response videos coming up. More of the silliness there. Look forward to the upcoming annual spooky and spicy stream that I do every single year. So I'll be looking forward to doing that because that's when we debunk ghost videos and look at, paranormal claims and stuff like that. So I'm looking forward to that one. And of course, all the other cool stuff. So, and if you like this, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell, and make sure you have notifications turned on because that really, really helps. You all rock you rock for doing that. And all the super chats, super thanks. A special thank you to the one dude. This is so wild, and I never expected it. It kind of blew my mind, and I felt like it kind of like deserves it. So, and this may be where I get my new microphone. But one second, I know it. I saw it in here. 1 second. It's So yeah, a giant thank you to user Jim Carollo. So Jim Carollo 4830, who super chatted $500. That kind of blew my mind and, just made my year and just damn near made my year. So, wow, you didn't have to, and you did. And I really appreciate that. I thank you very much for that super thanks. It kind of took me by surprise. I was like, holy crap, that's so generous. And a giant thank you to Jim Crow. I don't know if he's going to ever hear this or they're ever, I don't want to assume gender if they're ever going to hear this, but a huge, thank you from the bottom of my heart for that. Super thanks. Everybody, chips in. People chip in what they can chip in. I don't want people chipping in if they can't. I don't want people to feel obligated to do so, but you took it upon yourself to do that. So thank you very much for that. It kind of like, it was, I got a little misty. So thank you very much for that. Jim Carollo, you rock. It's amazing. I'll probably wind up using it to get a new microphone once that comes in. So, YouTube takes 30% of it, but I think it'll be enough to get a new microphone, maybe even a new boom arm. So we'll figure it out. But yeah, really, really generous. Thank you very much. So until then, until the spicy and spooky stream comes up, and of course, new content. As always, I am JL. This has been Bridge the Divide. Well, thank you for joining me on the stage of reason. And as always, be safe, be excellent to each other. And together, we can bridge the divide. See ya.